The Idea of a Critical Theory, Habermas and the Frankfurt School, by Raymond Geuss. Editor's Introduction. The purpose of this series is to help make contemporary European philosophy intelligible to a wider audience in the English-speaking world, and to suggest its interest and importance in particular to those trained in analytical philosophy. Of course, as everyone knows, the labels analytical and European or continental are very unsatisfactory. Many of the philosophers who have influenced the recent tradition of analytical philosophy in important ways were born and bred on the European mainland, and, even if some moved later in their lives to the United States or to England, they first developed their thought in Europe and within the context of the European philosophical tradition. Some of them, indeed, may clearly be regarded both as continental and as analytical philosophers in their own right. More generally, there has recently been a striking increase in the number of philosophers engaged in work of conceptual analysis on the continent of Europe. There is a long tradition of such work in Scandinavia and, for example, Poland, but it is now being more and more widely taken up in other countries, most notably perhaps in Germany. Moreover, the universities of Europe, which have been very little or not at all influenced by the analytical tradition, and these still include nearly all of those in France and Italy, and the great majority of those in German-speaking Europe and in Eastern Europe, by have no means represented any unitary tradition. The disagreements, amounting sometimes even to lack of any genuine communication between, for instance, Hegelians, Marxist, phenomenologists, and Thomists, have often been deep. But the disagreements are still small in comparison with the barriers of mutual ignorance and distrust which have persisted in recent times between the main representatives of the analytical tradition on the one hand and those of the main philosophical schools of the European continent on the other hand, schools which are also dominant in Latin America, Japan, and even some universities in the USA and Canada. And these barriers are inevitably reinforced by the fact that, until very recently at any rate, even the best students from the universities situated on either side tend to emerge from their studies with such divergent areas of knowledge and ignorance, competence and incompetence, that they are hardly equipped even to enter into informed discussion with each other about the nature of what separates them. The first book in this series was one by Charles Taylor on Hegel, and in introducing it we hoped the appropriateness of such an inauguration. For, as we said, it is by reference to Hegel that one may indicate most starkly the difference between the two traditions to whose intercommunication the series seeks to contribute. The second book by Raymond Geuss submits to detailed conceptual scrutiny certain central theses of the Frankfurt School of philosophers and, in particular, of its most distinguished contemporary heir and successor, Jürgen Habermas. Habermas and the Frankfurt School stand explicitly in the line of development, reaction, and counter-reaction to the philosophy of Hegel and to that of his successor, insofar as he is taken, controversially, as his successor, Marx. The Frankfurt School themselves certainly conceived of their own relationship to Marx in this light, and whatever one may think the best way to understand Marx's relation to Hegel, there can be no doubt of the importance and continuing influence of the school's re-emphasis of what they took to be the Hegelian elements in Marx's thought. Their further elaborations of the characteristically Marxist notions of ideology and of false consciousness, and in particular Habermas's own notable attempt to articulate the contribution that critical philosophy can make towards the development of a maximally enlightened self-awareness, lie at the heart of this influence, and it is these notions and this attempt that Raymond Geuss sets out to examine. There is a further remark contained in that earlier introduction that bears particular relevance to understanding of Habermas's work. The divergences that lie behind the development of these barriers can properly be understood only with reference back beyond Hegel to Kant, to the very different ways in which different schools of philosophy have reacted to his works, and to the further counter-reactions of their successors. For Habermas, as Geuss makes clear, it is also to be considered as, in certain important ways, a transcendental philosopher. Whether the use of Habermas makes of this transcendental heritage is an advantage, or, as Raymond Geuss argues, a disadvantage is, no doubt, a properly debatable matter. But whatever the difficulties of principle there may perhaps be in the way of an at once genuinely dissident and yet fully understanding of the general Kantian tradition, at any rate does not depend on acceptance of it. Indeed, the transformation of the divergent reactions to that tradition into veritable barriers is a relatively recent phenomenon. Brentano, writing on the philosophy of mind at the end of the last century, frequently referred to J.S. Mill and other contemporary British philosophers. In turn, G.E. Moore refers to Brentano. Bergenson discusses William James frequently in his works. For Husserl, one of the most important philosophers was Hume. The thinkers discussed seriously by Russell include not only Frege and Poincar, but also Meinong. How unfortunate, then, that those who have followed in their footsteps have refused to read or even to respect one another, and one's convinced that the others survive on undisciplined rhetoric and an irresponsible lack of rigor, the others suspecting the former of aridity, superficiality, and over-subtle trivialization. But already, even in the short space of time since that writing of that earlier introduction, there have been further signs of a renewed respect for and willingness to listen to each other. Hopes should not, as yet, at any rate, be exaggerated. The distance and the differences remain, for the moment, at least as great as the points of rapprochement at the community of interest. Nevertheless, Habermas provides one excellent example of a major contemporary philosopher from the continent with a real interest in and knowledge of some of the most important central areas of analytic philosophy, and, as Raymond Geuss shows very well, his work provides readily accessible ground for stimulating and fruitful debate between philosophers of both traditions. Geuss's book thus constitutes a very natural and appropriate member of this series, whose aim it is to present contributions by philosophers who have worked in the analytic tradition, but who now tackle problems specifically raised by philosophers of the main traditions to be found within contemporary Europe. They are works of philosophical argument and of substance rather than merely introductory resumes. We believe that they may contribute towards the continuing formation of a richer and less parochial framework of thinking, a wider frame within which mutual criticism and stimulation will be attempted and where mutual disagreements will at least not rest on ignorance, contempt, or distortion. Preface. To Robert de Nuncomen, I am indebted for over a decade of instruction and encouragement. I have profited particularly from discussions of the issues treated in the following pages with Richard Rorty and Quentin Skinner, and from comments on the penultimate version of the manuscript by Hide Ishiguro and Alan Montefiore. Many of the ideas in this book derive from Sidney Morgenbesser, without whose constant help it wouldn't have come into being. It was a pleasure to work with Jeremy Minot, Jonathan Sinclair Wilson, and Francis Brooke, all of Cambridge University Press, on the preparation of the manuscript for publication. Finally, special thanks to John Leiss. Introduction. This book deals with a claim made about the work of Marx. In an outline, this claim runs as follows. It is widely recognized that Marx was a revolutionary figure, but the exact nature of the revolution he initiated has not, in general, been correctly understood. Of course, Marx did dramatically change many people's views about an important subject matter, human society, but in some ways the greatest significance of his work lies in its implications for epistemology. Marx's theory of society, if properly construed, does clearly give us knowledge of society, but does not easily fit into any of the accepted categories of knowledge. It obviously isn't a formal science like logic or mathematics, or a practical skill. Its supporters generally deny that it is a speculative worldview of the kind traditionally provided by religion and philosophy, yet neither would it seem to be correctly interpreted as a strictly empirical theory like those in natural science. Finally, it isn't just a confused melange of cognitive and non-cognitive elements and empirical economics fortuitously conjoined with a set of value judgments and moral commitments. Rather, Marxism is a radically new kind of theory. To give a proper philosophic account of its salient features requires drastic revisions in traditional views about the nature of knowledge. In what follows, I will be concerned with a particular version of this claim propounded by a group of German philosophers known as the Frankfurt School. I will use the term Frankfurt School to include not only Horkheimer, Adorno, and the early Marcuse, but also such figures as Habermas and Welmer. The members of the Frankfurt School think that Freud, too, was a conceptual revolutionary in more or less the sense in which Marx was, and that the theories of Marx and Freud exhibit such strong similarities in their essential epistemic structure that from a philosophical point of view they don't represent two different kinds of theory, but merely two instances of a new single type. The general name given to this type of theory, which Marxism and psychoanalysis are the two main instances, is critical theory. The Frankfurt account of the essential distinguishing features of a critical theory consists of 3 lines. 1. Critical theories have a special standing as guides for human action in that a. They are aimed at producing enlightenment in the agents who hold them, i.e. at enabling agents to determine what their true interests are. B. They are inherently emancipatory, i.e., they free agents from a kind of coercion which is at least partially self-imposed, from self-frustration and of conscious human action. 2. Critical theories have cognitive content, i.e., they are forms of knowledge. 3. Critical theories differ epistemologically in essential ways from theories of natural sciences. Theories in natural science are objectifying, critical theories are reflective. A critical theory, then, is a reflective theory which gives agents a kind of knowledge inherently productive of enlightenment and emancipation. In Frankfurt usage, a positivist is a person who holds a. that an empiricist account of natural science is adequate, and b. that all cognition must have essentially the same cognitive structure as natural science. If all theories in natural science have objectifying structure, then to assert that all cognition has the structure of natural sciences is to assert that all cognition is objectifying cognition. So positivism can be seen as the denial of reflection, i.e., as a denial that theories could be both reflective and cognitive. Critical theories are particularly sensitive to the kind of philosophic error embodied in positivism. It is perfectly possible, the members of the Frankfurt School will claim, for persons with quite woefully mistaken epistemological views to produce, test, and use first-order theories in natural science, but this is not the case with critical theories. There is a close connection between having the right epistemology and ability to formulate, test, and apply first-order theories with successfully producing enlightenment and emancipation. For this reason, positivism is no particular obstacle to the development of natural science, but is a serious threat to the main vehicles of human emancipation, critical theories. One of the basic goals of the Frankfurt School is the criticism of positivism and the rehabilitation of reflection as a category of valid knowledge. The main aim of this book, then, is to come to a clear understanding of what a critical theory is supposed to be. In the interest of simplicity and concreteness, I will focus on one purported instance of a critical theory, the critical theory of society, which supposedly arose from the works of Marx, and will restrict myself to only occasional passing references to psychoanalysis. The very heart of the critical theory of society is its criticism of ideology. Their ideology is what prevents the agents in the society from correctly perceiving their true situation and real interests. If they are to free themselves from social repression, the agents must rid themselves of ideological delusion. Can Ideologiekritik form the basis of a critical theory as defined by these three theses? I have tried to avoid as far as possible the question of whether the Frankfurt reading of Marx is or is not correct. To answer this question would require a full-scale analysis of Marx's works in more detail than I could give, and it isn't clear how the answer to this historical question would bear on my main concern, the possibility of a critical theory, in the sense defined by the three theses. I have decided to focus my discussion on the views of Habermas because his work is the most sustained attempt by a member of the Frankfurt School to get clear about the underlying epistemological assumptions of the critical theory, and so raises the issues that interest me in a particularly striking way. Although it is not my intention to give a systematic exposition of the philosophical views of Habermas, much less of Adorno, Horkheimer, or Marcuse, I have tried to make my discussion as self-contained as possible and presuppose no acquaintance with his work. The book sets itself the modest task of explaining clearly what a critical theory is supposed to be. Chapter 1. Ideology. Section 1. Ideology in the descriptive sense. The term ideology is used in many different ways. This is at least partly due to the fact that social theorists have propounded theories of ideology in the course of trying to answer very different questions. I will try to distinguish three different research contexts within which theorists of ideology have been developed. Corresponding to each of these three research programs, there will be a family of ways in which the term ideology is used. Footnote. Needless to say, the following discussion makes no claim to exhaust the various senses in which the term ideology and its derivatives have been used. End footnote. The first of the three research programs I wish to distinguish is the program of an empirical study of human groups. Call it anthropology. There are various things one might wish to study about a given human group. One might study the biological and quasi-biological properties of the group, the birth rate, the distribution of blood type or human phenotype across the subgroups, the resistance to or incidence of various kinds of disease, etc. Or one might wish to study the cultural or sociocultural features of the group, the kinship system, patterns of land tenure, artistic traditions, religious and scientific beliefs, legal institutions, values, agricultural technology, etc. Although this distinction between biological properties of a group and its culture or socio-cultural system is rough and imprecise, let us suppose that we know clearly enough what a culture or a socio-cultural system is that we can make it an object of empirical investigation. Thus, for any given human group, we can undertake to describe the salient features of its socio-cultural system and how they change over time. If we have at our disposal descriptions of certain human groups, we may begin to look for universal or invariant features which all cultures exhibit, or for relations of concomitance among apparently distinct socio-cultural features. We may try to elaborate a typology of human cultures, classifying them according to their similarities and differences. If we are bold, we may hazard hypotheses about why certain features are found in certain societies and why certain historical changes take place. In the course of this empirical inquiry, we may subdivide the sociocultural sphere into different parts of further study. Thus, vulgar Marxists distinguish between economic base and ideological superstructure. Many 20th century anthropologists seem to prefer a tripartite scheme which distinguishes technology or technology/economy, social structure, and ideology, and even more complicated schemes have been suggested. Footnote: Solons distinguishes technology, social structure, and ideology. Service has technology, economy, society, polity, and ideology. Kaplan and Manners give ideology, social structure, techno-economics, personality. Probably there is no canonical division of the society into parts which would be applicable to all societies. In fact, it is often claimed that a criterion of the primitiveness of a society is the extent to which it lacks division between economy, society, kinship system, etc. End footnote. A theory of ideology, then, can arise in the course of pursuing the project of describing and explaining certain features of or facts about human social groups. Ideology, in the first sense, will just refer to one of the parts into which the socio-cultural system of a human group can be divided for convenient study. Depending on how the particular divisions are made, the ideology of the group will be more or less extensive, but typically it will include such things as the beliefs of the members of the group hold, the concepts they use, the attitudes and psychological dispositions they exhibit, their motives, desires, values, predilections, works of art, religious rituals, gestures, etc. I will call ideology, in this very broad sense, including at least all of the above listed elements, ideology in the purely descriptive sense. In this broad and rather unspecific sense of ideology, every human group has an ideology. The agents of any group will have some psychological dispositions, use some concepts, and have some beliefs. In particular, ideology in this sense does not compromise only those beliefs, habits, attitudes, traits, etc. all members of a group share. Human groups contain variety, diversity, and conflict. The more detailed and complete we wish our account of a given group to be, the more it will have to contain descriptions of such differences of belief, motivation, preference, attitude, etc. Furthermore, this sense of ideology is non-evaluative and non-judgmental. One isn't praising or blaming a group by asserting that its members have an ideology in this sense. An ideology in this merely descriptive sense will contain both discursive and non-discursive elements. By discursive, or conceptual, or propositional elements, I mean such things as concepts, ideas, beliefs, and by non-discursive elements, such things as characteristic gestures, rituals, attitudes, forms of artistic activity, etc. Footnote: Habermas speaks of die nicht propositionalen Zeichensystem zur Literatur, der Kunst und der Musik. This is another one of those distinctions which are easier to see than to formulate exactly. One might want to claim that all the elements of an ideology are symbolically organized. Certain paintings, pieces of music, dances, etc. are highly organized, but the organization is not conceptual. A piece of music may have a meaning, even if one wishes to speak this way, I don't particularly, a grammar, but that meaning is not a proposition. Naturally, too, by beliefs, I don't mean just simple empirical beliefs, but also normative beliefs, metaphysical beliefs, etc. End footnote. This distinction between discursive and non-discursive elements is not the same as the distinction sometimes made, by Plemenats for instance, between explicit and implicit elements. Clearly, discursive elements can be either explicit or implicit. Agents can hold a particular belief explicitly or merely tacitly, but the distinction between explicit and implicit would seem to have no clear application to most non-discursive elements. It is hard to see what what could be meant by calling a particular melody or gesture implicit or explicit in the sense under consideration here. Nevertheless, I would like to leave open the possibility of distinguishing between explicit and implicit non-discursive elements in at least some cases. It doesn't seem so odd to speak of attitudes, for instance, as being explicit or implicit. Footnote. Tastes, preferences, and predilections too can either be explicit or implicit. Certain of my tastes and preferences may simply express themselves in my customary mode of behavior. I may show no tendency to make much of them. I may in fact not even realize that I have them. We may wish to contrast this kind of case in which my tastes and preferences are merely implicit with other cases in which I recognize, articulate, and cultivate a particular taste or preference. That in this second case I may be able to glory in my predilections only if I have certain beliefs does not imply that the predilections, tastes, or preferences themselves are beliefs. End footnote. Finally, neither of the two distinctions made above is identical with Flaminat's distinction between unsophisticated and sophisticated elements of an ideology. A belief can be quite explicit but unsophisticated, as can a taste or preference. Since I don't want to try to give definitions of the terms used here and their distinctions, perhaps an examination of an example would clarify their use. If one examines the religion of a group, one might discover that the performance of a particular ritual plays an important role. One might think here, for instance, of the role baptism or the Eucharist play in Christianity. Of course, if the ritual is particularly important, it is unlikely that the agents who perform it will lack a term for it, but still a ritual set of actions of things done, not in itself a concept or belief. The religion is part of the ideology of the group. The ritual is a non-discursive element of the ideology. Given that rituals can have a long life, baptism and Eucharist in some recognizable form have been around for at least a couple of millennia, and even if one takes stricter criteria of identity, the particular form of the rituals defined for the Catholic Church by the Council of Trent standardized a practice that remained more or less unchanged for half a millennium. It is likely that different historical periods the ritual will have been associated with quite different sets of implicit beliefs and attitudes. Peasants in the Abruzzi in 1600 and English Catholics in Toronto in 1950 both participated in the same ritual of baptism, but given the enormous other differences between the two groups, it would be amazing if the members of the two groups had the same implicit attitudes towards the ritual, beliefs about it, etc. Again, what sorts of beliefs and attitudes most people in the society naively associate with the ritual, or express, by participating in it, may be different from the conflicting theological interpretations conceptually sophisticated members of the society give to the ritual. So at one extreme, one has a set of ritual actions, a non-discursive element in the ideology, and at the other, a perhaps very sophisticated explicit theology, a body of systematically interconnected propositions, and in between varying kinds of more or less explicit and more or less sophisticated beliefs, attitudes, habits, etc. For certain purposes, it may be useful or desirable to single out for further study certain subsets of the set of all beliefs, attitudes, concepts, etc. a group of agents has or uses. Since there doesn't seem to be any uniquely legitimate way to subdivide what I have called the ideology in the pure descriptive sense, there will be a plurality of such divisions, and corresponding to each distinguished part, a narrower but perfectly legitimate descriptive sense of ideology. Footnote. Of course, certain divisions may be more useful or illuminating than others. My general purely descriptive sense of ideology corresponds roughly to Mannerheim's total sense, my narrower version of ideology to his special sense. End footnote. Thus, I may decide that I would like to retain a close connection between ideology and idea, and hence use the term ideology to refer only to the elements of belief of the agents in the society, i.e. only to the discursive elements of the ideology in the purely descriptive sense. Habermas, in strong contrast to the earlier members of the Frankfurt school, does seem to use the term ideology to refer to, in the first instance, to the beliefs the agents in a society hold. The obvious next step, then, is to try to divide the set of the beliefs the agents in the society hold into more or less natural parts. One might then start to use the term ideology yet more narrowly to refer to some subset of the set of all the discursive elements. Habermas's discussion of ideology suggests that he countenances two major ways of subdividing the set of all the agent's beliefs, and hence of distinguishing between kinds of ideologies in the very narrow sense. 1. One can distinguish between ideologies, i.e. subsets of the set of all beliefs, on the basis of differences in their manifest content, i.e. by reference to differences in what the beliefs are beliefs about. So a set of beliefs about superhuman entities who are thought to supervise and enforce standards of human behavior may be called a religious ideology, while a set of concepts for talking about economic transactions is an economic ideology. 2. One can distinguish between ideologies in this very narrow sense in terms of their functional properties. By functional properties, I mean the way the elements of the ideology influence action. Footnote. Non-discursive elements cannot be about anything in the way which propositions can, but they can have functional properties, so the religious ideology is this functional sense might well be taken to include pictures, chants, etc. End footnote. So in this sense, a set of beliefs of no matter what manifest content which significantly influences economic behavior could be called an economic ideology, a set of beliefs and attitudes which significantly influences religious practices a religious ideology. In many cases, there will be a close connection between the two senses of ideology, or at least between concrete ideologies in the two senses. Thus, a religious ideology can be either a set of beliefs ostensibly about superhuman entities, i.e., a set of beliefs with a religious manifest content, or a set of beliefs and attitudes which in fact function to regulate or otherwise influence religious behavior or practices. There is the obvious difficulty with this second sense of ideology that there isn't any such thing as specifically religious behavior, except perhaps for some ritual behavior, or purely economic behavior, or what have you. Actions and institutions don't come neatly boxed into well-defined and easily identifiable types. Often, one may not know how to classify a particular bit of behavior or an institution. Is it a religious ceremony, an economic institution, a political institution, or some combination of all three? Furthermore, there may be a difference between the classification the participating agents would prefer to give and the classification we, as outside observers, might prefer. Even if there aren't difficulties in principle about the basic classification of a certain bit of behavior as a religious ritual, it may also have political and economic aspects, overtones, or implications. The more indeterminate the notion of religious behavior is allowed to become, the less well-defined will be the beliefs which might influence such behavior. But despite the generally close connection between ideologies in the two senses, it is important to retain the distinction because some of the most interesting cases will be ones in which there are significant differences between the manifest content of the beliefs in an ideology and their functional properties. A set of religious and philosophical beliefs about the nature of the gods may actually serve to regulate economic and political transactions. It will in general be an important fact about a given society how the various kinds of acts and institutions are individuated, how large a class of acts are considered to be purely economic transactions, or acts to which religious beliefs are directly relevant, in other words, what kinds of beliefs of what kind of manifest content will be able to function as ideologies for what domains of action. In these senses, then, the group may have more than one ideology. It may have a religious ideology and an economic ideology, and the two may not appreciably overlap. Ideologies in these narrower senses are different from the ideology in a purely descriptive sense in an important way. Every human group is composed of members who have some belief, and so every human group has an ideology in the descriptive sense, but not every group will have an ideology in each of the possible narrower senses. Since hunting and gathering bands have no state, and a fortiori no state finances, they won't have a fiscal ideology either. In addition to speaking of the political ideology of the group or the ideology for economic behavior, social theorists and others often speak of the ideology of the group simpliciter. Sometimes the ideology of a group seems to mean nothing more than a. the set of all those concepts and beliefs which do not contribute to the production in virtue of the material character of production, b. the set of all the moral and normative beliefs, c. the set of beliefs the agents have about themselves as social agents. But often, the ideology of a group seems to mean the worldview or world picture of the group. This notion of ideology as worldview is not identical with our original ideology in a purely descriptive sense. The ideology of a group in the purely descriptive sense comprises all the beliefs members of the group hold, or perhaps if this notion seems too all-encompassing and too indiscriminate to be of any use at all, it includes the characteristic beliefs widely shared among the members of the group. But of course not all the beliefs the members of the group hold belong to their worldview. Even beliefs which are widely shared and quite distinctive of members of the group need not belong to the worldview in most normal sense of worldview. The intuition which motivates the introduction of a concept of ideology as worldview is that individuals and groups don't just have randomly collected bundles of beliefs, attitudes, life goals, forms of artistic activity, etc. The bundles generally have some coherency, although it is very hard to say in general in what this coherency consists. The elements in the bundle are complexly related to each other, they are somehow fit, and the whole bundle has a characteristic structure which is often discernible even to an outside observer. By an ideology in the sense of worldview, then, is meant a subset of the beliefs which constitute the ideology of the group, in a purely descriptive sense, which has the following properties. A. The elements in the subset are widely shared among the agents in the group. B. The elements in this subset are systematically interconnected. C. They are central to the agent's conceptual scheme, in Quine's sense, i.e. the agents won't easily give them up. D. The elements in the subset have a wide and deep influence on the agent's behavior or on some particularly important or central sphere of action. E. The beliefs in the subset are central in that they deal with the central issues of human life, i.e. they give interpretations of such things as death, the need for work, sexuality, etc., or central metaphysical issues. These properties are no more than very loosely defined, and whether or not any purported worldview has any one of them is a question of degree. Just how wide an influence on the agent's actual behavior must a set of elements have in order to qualify as part of the worldview of those agents? Also, there is no canonical principle of ordering or weighting of the various properties. So even if there were to be agreement that these 5 properties specify what we mean by the worldview of a group, there would still be much room for disagreement in particular cases about what should count as the worldview or the ideology of this particular group. Whether or not every human group will have a worldview in the way that every group has an ideology in the purely descriptive sense will depend partly on how strictly one construes the 5 properties, but also partially on how one decides to pick out human groups. Up to now, we have tacitly allowed groups to be picked out any way at all. Of course, it would not be correct to assume that any group of agents individuated by some biological, ethnic, economic, social, political, or linguistic criterion will share the same one worldview. This, of course, is quite a strong and quite implausible empirical assumption. The last descriptive sense of ideology I would like to consider is what I will call ideology in the programmatic sense. This sense is related to the sense in which the term ideology is used by Daniel Bell and other proponents of the end of ideology thesis. Bell calls an ideology a way of translating ideas into action, and defines a total ideology as an all-inclusive system of comprehensive reality. It is a set of beliefs infused with passion and seeks to transform the whole way of life. Footnote. Bell is not very careful in attributing this notion to Mannheim. This is not the definition Mannheim gives of total ideology when he introduces it in Ideology and Utopia. There is no implication that a total ideology, for Mannheim, is a program of action for the transformation of a whole way of life. End footnote. So a total ideology is A. A program or plan of action, B. Based on an explicit, systematic model or theory of how the society works, C. Claimed at radical transformation or reconstruction of the society as a whole, D. Held with more confidence, passion, than the evidence for the theory or model warrants. Footnote. I may be reading more into the phrase infused with passion than is intended. I'm obviously trying to assimilate Bell's views here with that of E.G. Popper, who seems to think that a theory of the society as a whole can have so little evidentiary support that any degree of confidence in it as a guide to radical transformation of a society is more than is warranted. End footnote. The addition of D makes this no longer a descriptive or non-judgmental use of the term ideology, but rather a pejorative use. Even without D, however, the definition is still rather tendentious, and that the presence of C makes it artificially easy for Bell-style liberals to deny that they have an ideology, because, presumably, liberals are not at present in the US and in the Western Europe countries in favor of radical transformation of society as a whole. I will call A and B of Bell's total ideology without C and D as necessary components an ideology in the programmatic sense. Footnote. Clearly, if ideology means ideology in the programmatic sense, liberals do have an ideology. They have a general view of society and how it works, and, more important, a general view about how it ought to work. Part of that general view is that certain kinds of decisions should be decentralized. This might seem to make the notion of a programmatic ideology vacuous. That is, the program for action may be the action of not interfering with certain parts of the economy and society. Still, it seems to me not just a quibble to distinguish between cases like those of perhaps certain hunting and gathering societies in which people just don't make and implement certain kinds of plans for social action at all, and cases in which people espouse laissez-faire as a doctrine, and act on the theory that society is best run when certain possible kinds of centralized planning are avoided. End footnote. Section 2. Ideology in the pejorative sense. The second research program within which a theory of ideology may arise is a program of criticism of the beliefs, attitudes, and wants of the agents in a particular society. This research program is initiated by the observation that agents in the society are deluded about themselves, their position, their society, or their interests. The aim of the project is to demonstrate to them that they are so deluded. It might turn out that one can only convince them that they are deluded if one can explain to them why they hold the beliefs and attitudes they do, or one might have an independent theoretical interest in understanding and explaining how it is that this group of agents developed this delusion and why they continue to suffer from it. The theoretical interest will be all the greater the more the delusion seems to have the result that the agents act contrary to what is manifestly in their own true interest. Still, in essence, this is not an explanatory project like the first research program in Section 1. Rather, the point is to free the agents from a particular kind of delusion. In most of the interesting cases, the ideological delusion to be rooted out, it is claimed, is not an empirical error, even of a very sophisticated kind, but something quite different. The basic use of the term ideology in this program is a negative, pejorative, or a critical one. Ideology is ideological delusion or ideologically false consciousness. I will use the term form of consciousness to refer to a particular constellation of beliefs, attitudes, dispositions, etc. Footnote. So, a form of consciousness is an ideology in one of the narrower descriptive senses, i.e. a particular systematically interconnected subset of the set of all beliefs, attitudes, etc. that the agents of a group hold. I will henceforth use this term, form of consciousness, because I would like to reserve ideology to mean ideology in the pejorative sense, i.e. false consciousness. So from now on, ideology, unless further specified, means ideology in the pejorative sense. End footnote. So the basic question posed in this research program is, in what sense, or in virtue of what properties, can a form of consciousness be ideologically false, i.e. can it be an ideology in the pejorative sense? I will consider three kinds of answers to this question. A form of consciousness is ideologically false in virtue of some epistemic properties of the beliefs which are its constituents. B. A form of consciousness is ideologically false in virtue of its functional properties. C. A form of consciousness is ideologically false in virtue of some of its genetic properties. In the next few pages, I will try to explain what I mean by each of these three ways of answering the question. What makes a form of consciousness an ideology? 1. By the epistemic properties of a form of consciousness, I mean such things as whether or not the descriptive beliefs contained in the form of consciousness are supported by available empirical evidence, or whether or not the form of consciousness is one in which beliefs of different epistemic type, e.g. descriptive beliefs and normative beliefs, are confused. I will now consider four ways of using the term ideology. In each case, a form of consciousness will be considered to be ideological in virtue of some epistemic properties. 1. A form of consciousness is an ideology if it is essentially dependent on mistaking the epistemic status of some of its apparently constituent beliefs. As an example of what I mean by mistaking the epistemic status of belief, consider the early positivist's view that a proposition has cognitive content or is cognitively meaningful if and only if it is empirically verifiable, that is, if and only if it has some kind of observational content. To take a belief which is not empirically verifiable as being cognitively meaningful is to make a mistake about its epistemic status. Thus, on this view, all theological forms of consciousness are to be rejected as ideological because a theological form of consciousness is presumably a structured set of beliefs, attitudes, etc., which depends essentially on the assumption that there can be cognitively significant discourse about gods. Since beliefs about gods are not empirically verifiable, they don't have cognitive content, the theoretical form of consciousness is based on a mistake about the epistemic standing of one of its central constitutive beliefs. Note that to say that all theological forms of consciousness are ideology for the positivist is not to say that all forms of religious belief are ideology in the pejorative sense. The positivist can have no objection to religious beliefs as long as they don't pretend to be forms of knowledge. This usage of ideology is not dependent on accepting the verification theory of meaning. I might well reject the verification theory of meaning and still, for instance, think that value judgments had very different conditions for verification from descriptive beliefs, and hence a very different epistemic standing. I might then want to call forms of consciousness ideological if they presented value judgments as statements of fact. Footnote: Gustav Bergman uses ideology in this sense. A value judgment disguised as or mistaken for a statement of fact I shall call an ideological statement. End footnote. 2. A form of consciousness is ideological if it contains essentially an objectification mistake, i.e., if it contains a false belief to the extent that some social phenomenon is a natural phenomenon, or, put in another way, human agents or subjects are suffering from ideologically false consciousness if they falsely objectify their own activity, i.e., if they are deceived into taking that activity to be something foreign to them, especially if they take that activity to be a natural process outside their control. 3. A form of consciousness is ideologically false if it contains a false belief to the extent that the particular interest of some subgroup is the general interest of the group as a whole. 4. A form of consciousness is ideologically false if it mistakes self-validating or self-fulfilling beliefs for beliefs which are not self-validating or self-fulfilling. The notion of a self-validating or self-fulfilling belief is modeled on Merton's notion of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we think members of a subgroup G are lazy, unreliable, and unintelligent, and hence act toward them in ways which make them become lazy, unreliable, and unintelligent, the belief that the members of G are lazy, etc. is self-fulfilling. There is nothing inherently wrong with holding self-fulfilling beliefs as long as one knows that they are self-fulfilling. What is objectionable is the use of self-fulfilling beliefs in a context of justification of action where their justificatory force depends on misconstruing them as self-fulfilling, i.e. depends on mistaking their epistemic standing. Footnote: Note that most self-fulfilling beliefs are beliefs which embody an objectification mistake. 2. The second kind of answer to the question, what makes a form of consciousness an ideology, was, a form of consciousness is an ideology in virtue of some of its functional properties. I will consider 3 specific versions of this functional approach. 1. A form of consciousness is an ideology in virtue of the function or role it plays in supporting, stabilizing, or legitimizing certain kinds of social institutions or practices. Habermas regularly speaks of an ideology as a world picture which stabilizes or legitimizes domination or hegemony. It is in virtue of the fact that it supports or justifies reprehensible social institutions, unjust social practices, relations of exploitation, hegemony, or domination that a form of consciousness is an ideology. But, of course, the above isn't yet an unambiguous view. One must distinguish between the function of supporting, fostering, or stabilizing hegemony and the function of justifying or legitimizing hegemony. Any set of beliefs which legitimizes or justifies a social practice will thereby tend to support it, but the converse is not the case. A belief that a given ruling class is strong and ruthless, so that any resistance to the dominant social order is futile, may well be a belief, the acceptance of which by large segments of the population will have the effect of stabilizing the existing relations of dominance, but it is unlikely that such a belief could be used to justify these relations. Footnote: Although it might be used by an individual to justify some action, e.g. refusal to join an abortive uprising. End footnote. So consciousness that stabilizes is not identical with consciousness that legitimizes power. Note further that neither of these two kinds of consciousness is identical with the kind of consciousness intended in the famous slogan definition of ideology as socially necessary illusion. The statement form of consciousness, F, stabilizes hegemony can be interpreted in 2 different ways. A form of consciousness F contributes to the stability of hegemony, but is an open question whether or not this contribution is sufficient to ensure that the hegemony remains intact. Stabilize is used here as an attempt verb. B, form of consciousness F is successful in causing the hegemony to remain intact. Stabilize is used here as a success verb. So, at best, namely, if stabilize is interpreted as success verb, form of consciousness F stabilizes hegemony means that form of consciousness F is a sufficient condition for the continued existence of given relations of dominance, not that it is necessary for the functioning or reproduction of the society. Similarly, the fact that some beliefs in a form of consciousness are used to legitimize some social practice or institution in no way implies that those beliefs are the only ones which could be used, much less that the practice in question would cease to exist if they could no longer be used to legitimize it. We also require further clarification on the notion of Herrschaft. I will distinguish several semantic components of the notion of Herrschaft. A. Herrschaft means the power to repress, i.e., to enforce frustration of some given human preferences. But this is clearly not an adequate or sufficient characterization of Herrschaft. What is at issue here is the critical use of the term ideology. But that means that to show that something is an ideology should be to show that we ought somehow to try to eliminate it. It seems unrealistic under the present conditions of human life to assume that any and every preference human agents might have can be satisfied, or to assume that all conflict between the preferences of different agents will be peacefully and rationally resolved. Some frustration, even if imposed frustration, of some human preferences must be legitimate and unexceptionable. But then to show that a form of consciousness is an ideology in the sense that it functions to support Herrschaft is not yet to give any reason at all to eliminate it. B. Herrschaft is the exercise of power within a political order and is linked to some kind of claim to legitimacy. If a group of invaders simply ransacks a country, doing and taking what they want by sheer force, they will clearly be frustrating the preferences of the agents on whom they act, but they are not exercising Herrschaft in the sense intended here. Normative repression is a frustration of agents' preferences which makes a claim to legitimacy that is accepted by those agents because of certain normative beliefs they hold. Herrschaft is power to exercise normative repression. This too is not yet an adequate account of Herrschaft for the obvious reasons. There is nothing wrong with supporting or legitimizing Herrschaft if the claim that Herrschaft makes to legitimacy is valid. C. Herrschaft is normally unequally distributed. It is the domination of one group over another. So, in general, a society in which Herrschaft is exercised will be one in which some groups have a much higher level of frustration of their preferences than others do. The society may be extraordinarily repressive, as many egalitarian communities are, but as long as the power to repress is equally distributed, it would be odd to speak of Herrschaft being exercised. But this concept of Herrschaft is not adequate for use in our account of ideology either. Unless unequal distribution of the power to exercise normative repression were always legitimate, showing that a form of consciousness supported by or legitimized in distribution of power would in no way imply that the form of consciousness was to be rejected. Marxists, at least, don't think that questions of the legitimacy of social institutions can be answered abstractly, that is, apart from the consideration of the actual historical situation in which such views arise. Marxists are also committed to the view that at certain levels of development of the material forces of production, an unequal distribution of repressive normative power is historically necessary, i.e. necessary for the society to maintain and reproduce itself. If a certain distribution of power is necessary, there seems no point in questioning its legitimacy. We probably would like to call unequal distribution of power to exercise normative repression Herrschaft. Feudal lords do exercise Herrschaft over their serfs, even if such Herrschaft is historically necessary at some particular moment in history. Showing that a form of consciousness supports unequal distribution of power does not itself give us reasons to reject the form of consciousness, unless we also know that this distribution of power is not at present necessary. D. To say that a society imposes surplus repression on its members is to say that it frustrates their preferences to a greater extent than is necessary for it to maintain and reproduce itself. Footnote. This is Habermas's sense of surplus repression, which is probably not the same use as Marcuse's, where surplus repression means restrictions required by social domination. If social domination means unequal distribution of normative power, then there can be repression required by social domination, which is not surplus in Habermas's sense. Thus, in a hydraulic society, the priests as a class may have more normative power than the peasants, and the priests may typically impose a certain amount of repression on the peasants in order to ensure their continued domination. This repression is surplus on Marcuse's view. If this drastically unequal distribution of normative power is the only way in which a society which has a very low level of productivity and depends on large-scale irrigation can function and reproduce itself, the repression extracted by the priests to maintain their position is not surplus in Habermas's sense. End footnote. So, surplus repression refers to the total amount of aggregate repression in the society without reference to how this repression is distributed among the members. If Herrschaft is defined as above in C, let surplus Herrschaft mean more Herrschaft than is needed for the society to maintain and reproduce itself. Footnote. In most normal cases where there is a surplus repression, there will also be surplus Herrschaft, for what could motivate agents collectively to impose upon themselves more repression than is needed unless the fruits of that surplus repression are distributed unequally. In that case, the beneficiaries of the unequal distribution will have a stake in its continuance. End footnote. We could then define ideology as a form of consciousness which supports or legitimizes surplus Herrschaft. But why should we reject a form of consciousness if we discover that it supports or legitimizes surplus Herrschaft? Is surplus Herrschaft always illegitimate? Why? Footnote. The question is whether illegitimate repression is a separate category. Might there not be Herrschaft, surplus repression, etc., which is not illegitimate? Might there not also be kinds of illegitimate repression which are not either surplus or instances of Herrschaft? This question will become important in Chapter 3. End footnote. 2. The second kind of functional definition takes ideology to be any form of consciousness which hinders or obstructs the maximal development of the forces of material production. This view is usually associated with a reading of Marx, which takes him as positing the development of the forces of material production as an inherent goal of human societies. Footnote. The members of the Frankfurt School recognize this trend in Marx, but think it is a mistake. End footnote. It isn't hard to see a connection between this notion and surplus repression. If a form of consciousness hinders the development of the forces of production, it will obviously impose on the agents in a society more repression than they need suffer. But any connection with surplus Herrschaft is harder to see. Perhaps one could make an argument from the plausible motivation of agents. No agents in the society would have a motivation to impose more repression than necessary unless the surplus repression differentially benefited some group in the society more than others. Then the members of the privileged group would have such a motivation. 3. Finally, we might call a form of consciousness which served to mask social contradictions an ideology. Since masking social contradictions might include such things as diverting attention from them, a form of consciousness might successfully mask social contradictions without containing any false beliefs. The concept of a social contradiction is too complex and obscure to be adequately treated here. Note, however, that if we take the major contradiction in a social formation to be the contradiction between the relations of production and the forces of production, and if we take this contradiction to consist in the fact that the relations of production fetter the development of the forces, it is not difficult to see how one might move from this third functional approach to ideology in the second. Ideology in the pejorative or critical sense was to be some kind of delusion or false consciousness. Granted that an ideology in one or another of the above functional senses would be something eminently worthy of being rejected by the members of any known human society, would such an ideology be rejected because it is a delusion or because it is in some sense false? A form of consciousness may contain all kinds of non-discursive elements. It isn't clear how such elements could be false. Even the beliefs in a form of consciousness might be worthy of being rejected or given up on all kinds of grounds other than that they are delusions. They may be obnoxious, insensitive, immoral, nasty, ugly, etc. If I know that a form of consciousness I hold contributes to more massive frustration of my own preferences than necessary, I may feel that I have grounds to give it up or change it. But does that mean that I think it is false or some kind of delusion? The sense in which it is a delusion must be one which depends on a claim that, if I were to come to know something about the functional properties of this form of consciousness, I would no longer retain it. The form of consciousness qualifies as false or a delusion because my retaining it depends in some way on my being in ignorance or having false beliefs about its functional properties. 3. The third major way to answer the question, in virtue of what is a form of consciousness and ideology, is in virtue of some of its genetic properties, that is, by virtue of some of the facts about its origin, genesis, or history, about how it arises or comes to be acquired or held by agents, or in virtue of the motives agents have for adopting and acting on it. Thus, Runciman claims that for the later Engels, a form of consciousness is ideologically false in virtue of the fact that the beliefs and attitudes which compose it are related in a causal sense to the social situation and thereby to the interests of the believer. Footnote. The Engels passage on which this is based is one in a letter to Mehring from 1893, which states, "Ideology is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously, but with false consciousness. The real motive forces impelling him remain unknown to him, otherwise it simply would not be an ideological process." End footnote. So, presumably, a form of consciousness is an ideology in virtue of something about its causal history. Karl Mannheim holds a similar view, that forms of consciousness are ideological because they are expressions of the class position of those who hold them, that is, because their origin can be traced to the particular experiences of a particular class in society with its characteristic perceptions, interests, and values. Finally, the analogy between psychoanalysis and social theory, which is so dominant in much of the work of the members of the Frankfurt School, suggests that ideologies might be construed as collective rationalizations, i.e. as systems of belief and attitudes accepted by the agents for reason which they could not acknowledge. But what does could not mean here? This genetic approach seems to pose more problems for the understanding than did the functional approach. Why should anything we might learn about the origin, motivation, or causal history of a form of consciousness give us rational grounds for rejecting it, much less for rejecting it as a false consciousness or as a delusion? Of course, if the form of consciousness has an unsavory causal history, this might make us very suspicious of it. We may examine the beliefs it contains with more than our usual care, and may think twice about its implications of adopting the attitudes, but that doesn't in itself give us good grounds to reject the form of consciousness. Also, if a form of consciousness is an expression of the class position of a group in society, not merely in the sense that it arose out of their experience, but also in the sense that it is appropriate only to those who share that class position, e.g. if it speaks only to their particular needs, problems, and values, then it may be irrelevant to those of us who do not share that class position. But to say that it is irrelevant to us is not to say that it is a delusion. It certainly wouldn't seem to be any kind of delusion for them. If we do reject it, it is because it is not appropriate for us, and that is something we may determine without any knowledge of its causal history. The causal history may explain why it is inappropriate, but the causal history isn't itself the grounds for rejecting it, the inappropriateness is. By now there is a long history of criticism of the genetic fallacy. One hasn't shown anything about the truth or falsity of a belief by showing how it arose. One must clearly distinguish context of discovery from context of justification. If the genetic approach to ideology in the pejorative sense is to get off the ground, it must somehow show that the genetic fallacy, granted its validity for scientific statements, is not necessarily a fallacy for other forms of consciousness. I have already tipped my hand as to show how this argument might proceed. When speaking of the analogy between psychoanalysis and social theory above, I said that ideologies might be understood as systems of beliefs and attitudes accepted by the agents for reasons or motives which those agents could not acknowledge. Suppose I had a belief, attitude, or habit of action which I have adopted and cultivate for unacknowledged and unacceptable motives. Perhaps I have adopted and cultivate a habit of virtuous action of a certain sort for completely narcissistic reasons which I don't acknowledge and which I would find unacceptable. Even though my motives or reasons for acting in the way I do may be unacceptable, the habit of action may be a habit of virtuous action, i.e. I may consistently do the right thing for the wrong reasons. In this case, coming to acknowledge and recognize my own motives may in fact bring me to stop cultivating the habit of action, but then again it may not, and in either case the habit of action may remain the right habit of action for me to cultivate, and I may still recognize that it is the right habit, although I may cease to have the strong motivation I had to continue to cultivate it. But in the case of ideologies, it isn't just that they are said to have been adopted for unacknowledged motives or reasons, but they're the motives which could not be acknowledged by the agents. This presumably means that if the agents had to recognize and acknowledge that these were the motives, they would thereby not only no longer be motivated as strongly as they were to continue to accept the ideology, but they would see that there's no reason for them to accept it. One might wonder whether cases like this really exist, cases in which the only motive or reason for adopting a form of consciousness is a motive which cannot be acknowledged, and one might also legitimately ask for further clarification of the sense in which a motive cannot be acknowledged. Finally, one might wonder whether this kind of analysis can be extended to other cases involving the causal history or origin and genesis of a form of consciousness. But if these potential objections can be deflected, there might be a chance of showing that the genetic approach to ideology can yield a sense of ideology as delusion or false consciousness. The form of consciousness is false in that it requires ignorance or false beliefs on the part of the agents of their true motives for accepting it. So the term ideology is used in a pejorative sense to criticize a form of consciousness because it incorporates beliefs which are false, or because it functions in a reprehensible way, or because it has a tainted origin. I will call these three kinds of criticism along the epistemic, the functional, and the genetic dimensions respectively. Footnote. Nicholas Luhmann sums up some of the standard views about ideology before dismissing them all, thus: the essence of ideology does not lie in its causal effect, either not in the instrumental usability in which it is not about the truth, but about effects, and finally, also, not in the fact that they miss the actual motives it holds. Of these, the first and third refer to the genetic dimension, and the second to the functional. Habermas criticizes Luhmann because his functionalist theory of ideology leaves no room for a sense in which ideology could be false, i.e., for lacking an analysis of the epistemic dimension. As will become clearer later, the reason Habermas insists that it must be possible to call an ideology false is that he thinks that this is the only way to avoid a kind of pernicious relativism. End footnote. It is extremely important to determine which of these three modes of criticism is basic to a theory of ideology. Does the theory start with an epistemology, a theory of the proper functioning of a society and of which forms of social organization are reprehensible, or with a theory of which claims origins for forms of consciousness are acceptable and which are unacceptable? Still, although one or another of the three modes of criticism may be basic, interesting theories of ideology will be ones in which assert some connection between two or more of the three modes. One of the senses in which the critical theory is said by its proponents to be dialectical, and hence superior to its rivals, is just in that it explicitly connects questions about the inherent truth or falsity of a form of consciousness with questions about its history, origin, and function in society. Section 3. Ideology in the positive sense. The descriptive and explanatory project outlined in Section 1 and the critical project discussed in Section 2 are not the only two research programs in which a concept of ideology might come into figure. It isn't just a neutral fact about human groups that each culture has a culture, or sociocultural system, and set of characteristic attitudes, habits, beliefs, modes of artistic expression, perhaps even a characteristic worldview. Participating in a culture is a way of satisfying certain very deep-seated human needs. Humans have a vital need for the kind of meaningful life and the kind of identity which is possible only for an agent who stands in relation to a culture. Traditional religious worldviews owe their persistence to their ability to meet some of these basic needs. They do this by providing agents with approved models of action, goals, ideals, and values, and by furnishing interpretations of such important existential features of human life as birth and death, suffering, evil, etc. In addition to such basic existential needs, human agents and groups have more mundane needs, wants, and interests which a given set of habits, beliefs, and attitudes, a given culture, can satisfy more or less adequately. Starting then from the wants, needs, and interests and the objective situation of a given human group, we can set ourselves the task of determining what kind of sociocultural system or what worldview would be most appropriate for that group, i.e., what ideology, in some descriptive sense of the term, is most likely to enable the members of the group to satisfy their wants and needs and further their interests. I will call this use of the task of producing for a group an ideology in the positive or laudatory sense. Ideology in this sense is quite different from ideology in either the descriptive or the pejorative senses. Whereas an ideology in any of the descriptive senses is something one finds, or perhaps postulates hypothetically for explanatory purposes, and an ideology in the pejorative sense is something one finds and isolates in order to criticize, an ideology in the positive sense isn't something out there to be found even by the most careful empirical investigation. It might be a desideratum for a particular society that it have an ideology in this sense, but the ideology is something to be constructed, created, or invented. Possibly, the first sketch of this program of constructing an ideology in the positive sense for a human group occurs in Lenin's What is to be Done? Here, Lenin argues that the beliefs and attitudes most of the members of the working class actually have are not beliefs and attitudes appropriate to their objective situation. Not only doesn't the proletariat now have a set of beliefs and attitudes which will enable it to satisfy its basic needs and further its vital interests, but left to its own devices, spontaneously, it won't ever develop an appropriate form of consciousness. At best, it can aspire to a trade union consciousness, which is a debased form of bourgeois ideology. The correct proletarian worldview must be introduced into the proletarian from the outside by the members of a vanguard party, many of whom may well be of bourgeois origin. When Lenin calls upon party intellectuals to help the labor movement elaborate an independent ideology for itself, he is obviously not using the term ideology in a descriptive sense. He is not calling for them to find out what beliefs and attitudes those in the labor movement actually have. To elaborate them would merely yield some further form of bourgeois ideology. Nor is he using the term in the pejorative sense. He is not suggesting that the party intellectuals disseminate some form of false consciousness among the working class. The independent ideology of the labor movement is the set of these attitudes and beliefs which would best enable the workers to restructure society in their own interest. If we are looking for a characterization of it that will make positive ideology a separate category, distinct from ideology in the pejorative sense, it isn't sufficient to say that a positive ideology enables the agents effectively to satisfy some of their needs and desires. First, there must be some restrictions on the kinds of wants, desires, and interests a positive ideology is to satisfy. We will want to exclude overtly sadistic desires, desires to enslave, exploit, and dominate others, etc. Then there must also be some restrictions on the way in which the needs and desires of the group are satisfied. We will probably want to disallow conscious or empirical falsehoods or patently inconsistent beliefs, inculcation of attitudes of hysteria or paranoia, etc. Suppose that the members of some group have very strong aggressive desires, and suppose further that they cling hysterically to a set of patently false beliefs which focus their hostility on the members of some powerless minority. This set of beliefs may be quite effective in enabling them to satisfy their aggressive desires without fear of retaliation, but if we allow it to count as an ideology in the positive sense, the distinction between an ideology in the positive sense and an ideology in the pejorative sense will become blurred. In certain cases, the problems which make these further restrictions on the notion of ideology in the positive sense necessary may not arise. Thus, Lukács argues in History and Class Consciousness that the beliefs which would enable the members of the proletariat of a capitalist society to further their own interests most effectively are precisely those beliefs which would comprise a scientifically correct account of capitalist society. Furthermore, the correct beliefs are not merely useful to the proletariat in a general way, they are indispensable, a vital necessity, if the proletariat is to reorganize the whole of society in its own interest. The first part of this claim might seem to be a triviality. What could be more obvious than the agents will generally be more effective in realizing their interests if they have true beliefs? But for Lukács, it is by no means a triviality. He holds that, in contrast to the proletariat, the bourgeoisie could and can act to further its interest unconsciously or under the influence of one or another form of false consciousness. Thus, a political order suitable for the maximal development of the capitalist mode of production was created in the English Civil Wars by members of the incipient bourgeoisie in the course of pursuing various religious fantasies. The more the members of the bourgeoisie know about the true nature of capitalist society, the less effective they will be in the class struggle, because the more hopeless they will realize their situation to be in the long run. So, the bourgeoisie, paradoxically enough, has an interest in being self-deceived. If, then, the distinction between ideology in the positive sense and ideology in the pejorative sense is not as sharp as one might have hoped, this is partly a reflection of the fact that historically satisfaction of one's interests and oppression, pursuit of a sense of identity and false consciousness have been all but inextricably linked. Thus, the major way in which ideologies in the pejorative sense have traditionally maintained themselves is by harnessing what they are in themselves perfectly legitimate human aspirations, such as the desire for a sense of collective identity, so as to create a situation in which the agents can satisfy legitimate existential needs only on condition of accepting the repression the ideological worldview imposes. The preceding discussion has been artificially simplified by the tacit assumption that the agent's wants, needs, desires, and interests are relatively fixed, as if we could isolate them and hold them constant while asking which of one or another proposed ideology would satisfy a larger number of them to a greater extent. Perhaps the existential needs mentioned above are needs that all humans have, but they are quite abstract, and even the concrete forms those needs will take in different societies will vary considerably. Certainly, most other human desires, wants, and needs are notoriously variable. A proposed ideology may generate new wants and interests. Some of these may be acknowledged part of the ideology, others may arise as indirect and perhaps even unintended consequences of adopting the ideology. But a proposed ideology may also deny standing to certain wants, desires, and needs the agents to whom it is addressed in fact have. It may enjoin those who adopt it to stop attempting to gratify these desires or to even try to suppress or eliminate them in themselves. Thus, Christianity breaking into the ancient world doesn't only present itself as a set of beliefs and practices which will satisfy certain human needs and longings, it also articulates and fosters the development of a whole new set of desires, wants, and needs, and anathemizes the satisfaction and further cultivation of various recognized and highly regarded needs and desires, e.g. desire for self-assertion, honor, fame, reputation. It is merely naive to assume that one can construct a typical agent in the Roman Empire in the time of Augustine to determine agents' wants, needs, and interests, and then comparatively evaluate the extent to which civic humanism, Machianism, Platonism, various mystery religions, and Christianity respectively would satisfy these given needs and desires. The course of individual development of the Confessions describes is quite complex, and we have no reason to believe that the process of determining what would be a suitable ideology for some human group would be any less complex. We will have to return to this question at the end of the third chapter. Section 4. Ideologiekritik. The members of the Frankfurt School hold three theses about ideologiekritik. 1. Radical criticism of society and criticism of its dominant ideology, ideologiekritik, are inseparable. The ultimate goal of all social research should be the elaboration of a critical theory of society of which ideologiekritik would be an integral part. 2. Ideologiekritik is not just a form of moralizing criticism, i.e. an ideological form of consciousness is not criticized for being nasty, immoral, unpleasant, etc., but for being false, for being a form of delusion. Ideologiekritik is itself a cognitive enterprise, a form of knowledge. 3. Ideologiekritik, and hence also the social theory of which it is part, differs significantly in cognitive structure from natural science and requires for its proper analysis basic changes in the epistemological views we have inherited from traditional empiricism, modeled as it is on the study of natural science. In this section, I will discuss various ways in which ideologiekritik might proceed, with particular attention to the questions: A. In what sense is the particular kind of ideologiekritik under discussion cognitive? B. In what sense would a proper account of the kind of ideologiekritik under discussion require revisions in our inherited epistemology? The forms of ideologiekritik I will discuss in this section will all focus very narrowly on one of the three modes of criticism. 1. To begin with the first mode of ideologiekritik, criticism along the epistemic dimension, to what extent can this kind of criticism be accommodated within a traditional empiricist framework? The members of the Frankfurt School take what they call positivism to be the most consistent, plausible modern version of empiricism. The Frankfurt School's positivist begins by identifying A. Those statements or propositions which are potentially true or false, B. Those statements or propositions which have cognitive content, i.e. which, if true, would be knowledge. C. Those statements or propositions which can be rationally assessed, i.e. which are warrantedly acceptable or rejectable. Statements without cognitive content are not true or false, but cognitively meaningless, and there is no sense in which they can be rationally discussed and evaluated. The positivist program gets its bite from the second step in which it identifies A through C above with D. Those statements or propositions which are scientifically testable, E. Those statements or propositions which have observational content. Footnote. When the members of the Frankfurt School speak of the positivists, they have in mind primarily the Vienna Circle, but obviously the discussion in the text doesn't represent their views fully. The members of the Frankfurt School have no views on or interest in logic or mathematics, so I'm going to ignore them in formulating positivism. End footnote. The identification of D with A through C may be called scientism, roughly the view that the only rationality is scientific rationality. The identification of E with A through C means that only statements with observational content are even potentially knowledge, and that only they are subject to rational discussion and evaluation. So the positivist, when confronted with a form of consciousness, can subject it to two kinds of criticism. A. Scientific criticism, reject those beliefs in the form of consciousness which are empirically false or not well supported. B. Positivist Ideologiekritik, separate clearly cognitive from non-cognitive beliefs, reject all second-order beliefs which attribute to non-cognitive beliefs cognitive standing. Of the four modes of epistemic criticism, the positivist would claim, objectification mistakes and self-fulfilling beliefs would fall to A above. An objectification mistake is an empirically false belief. It falsely takes a state of affairs to hold simpliciter, which in fact holds only conditionally upon a particular kind of human social action, and a self-fulfilling belief is not well supported. Its evidence is tainted, but the taint can be discovered by further empirical investigation. The third of the four modes, confusion of epistemic standing, clearly falls under B above, but the fourth, confusion of a particular for a general interest, seems quite beyond the scope of positivist criticism. None of the members of the Frankfurt School thinks that the tasks circumscribed by the positivist are insignificant ones. It is important that people not accept beliefs which are factually erroneous and don't take normative statements to be descriptive, but the positivist notion of rationality is too narrow and restricted, and can't handle any of the more interesting cases of ideological delusion. By excluding normative and metaphysical beliefs, preferences, attitudes, etc. from the realm of rational discussion and evaluation, the positivist leaves us without guidance about important parts of our form of consciousness, and thereby abandons the whole areas of our life to mere contingent taste, arbitrary decision, and sheer irrationality. Footnote. This is the weakest, and also the most plausible, of the three views critical of positivism to be found in the works of the members of the Frankfurt School. A. Strongest view. Positivism and empiricism do not give an acceptable account even of natural science. B. Strong view. Positivism gives a correct account of natural science, but, given the nature of the subject matter, is inadequate as an account of a theory of human society aimed at correct explanation and accurate prediction. C. Weak view. Positivism gives a correct account of natural science and of the empirical analytic part of social theory, i.e., that aimed at correct explanation and prediction. But social theory also has a critical part, one aimed at something other than correct explanation and prediction, and of this positivism can give no account. Marcuse holds A. Habermas explicitly rejects A. Natural science he simply gives away to the positivist. However, he confuses B and C. It isn't clear whether he is claiming 1. Even to the extent to which natural and social sciences share the common goal of explanation and prediction, the peculiar nature of the subject matter of the social sciences means that these goals can be successfully attained only by use of the methods very different from those used in natural science, or 2. Natural science and social theory differ radically in their cognitive goals and so in their characteristic methods, or whether he is claiming some combination of both. In the text, I hold to C. End footnote. But how do we know that taste, preference, and decision aren't the best we can do as guides to what attitudes, normative beliefs, etc. we should adopt? How do we know it isn't just wishful thinking to think that we have some kind of normative knowledge or attain some rational set of preferences and attitudes? We are perhaps not yet in a position to say positively whether the wider notion of rationality, which will have application to normative beliefs, attitudes, and preferences is, but Habermas believes that inspection of the actual practice of positivist ideology-critique will show that positivists are tacitly using a more extensive notion of rationality than they can admit. Positivist ideology critique operates, it will be recalled, by exposing non-cognitive beliefs, e.g. value judgments, which are masquerading as cognitive. In itself, this process need not lead to any changes in the substantive views of the agents. If I think that Haydn is a better composer than Friedrich the Great, and misconstrue this belief as a cognitive one, the positivist can enlighten me. I will then presumably learn that my original belief is actually a composite of a belief that the works of Haydn usually instantiate certain properties to a greater degree than those of Friedrich the Great, and b. a value judgment that these properties are the properties which make a work of music good. Even if I were to accept the claim that B is a mere preference, utterly without any rational standing, I would still continue to prefer the music of Haydn to that of Friedrich the Great. But in some cases, coming to know that I have made a mistake in the epistemic standing of a belief will cause me to give the belief up. In fact, in some cases there may be non-cognitive beliefs, preferences, etc., which require, to be accepted, that they be mistaken for cognitive beliefs. But in what sense can a preference or normative belief require that the agents who accept it mistake it for a cognitive belief? What might be intended here are cases of the guidance or justification of action. We might think that for certain kinds of action, only cognitive beliefs, not beliefs expressive of mere preferences, are acceptable as sources of guidance and legitimation. But if the only reason we hold that the belief is that we falsely think that it is a cognitive belief, then we are enlightened about its epistemic standing, we will give it up. After all, I may not share the preference expressed in the belief. Of course, this is precisely the reason why anyone would bother to present a preference or value judgment disguised as a cognitive belief. Agents will feel compelled to accept a true cognitive belief in a way in which they will not feel compelled to accept my preferences. Footnote. Note that this might be something like an objectification mistake, too. Our preferences, attitudes, etc., are somehow more the result of our own activity. We have more control over them than we do over what beliefs will be objectively true of the world. Earlier members of the Frankfurt School were particularly terrified by fascism because they perceived it as openly acknowledging that its politics was one of the naked exercise of power based on arbitrary acts of will. This mode of ideology-critique, then, would have nothing to unmask. End footnote. If upon enlightenment I do give the belief up because I don't share the preference on which it is based, Habermas wants to say that I have not just changed my beliefs, but that I have moved to a more rational set of beliefs. The effectiveness and significance of positivist ideology critique depends on the fact that people do change their beliefs in the way described above. The positivists can count on people giving up beliefs which have been shown not to be cognitive, but to be expressions of preferences which cannot be acknowledged publicly on grounds for action. Positivist ideology critique can have the right effect then, but cannot give an account of its own activity in bringing that effect about. The motivation of the program must be to free agents from irrational beliefs and action by causing them to give up beliefs based on preferences these agents could not acknowledge. But the positivists can admit that the motivation of the program is rational, since there aren't any rational motivations, or that the effect is to make the agents more rational. So positivists can't justify their own activity by criticizing ideologies except as a personal preference or arbitrary decision. To this, the positivist may reply that the fact that people do change the beliefs as described in the last paragraph is no grounds for saying that they have thereby become more rational, acquired a more justified or truer or more warranted set of beliefs. What they have done is to bring their beliefs, preferences, and value judgments into closer agreement with the rest of their non-cognitive beliefs, e.g. beliefs about which preferences they ought to allow themselves to express or by which they ought to allow themselves to be moved. From the fact that the resulting set of beliefs, preferences, etc. is more coherent and consistent, it doesn't follow that it is knowledge or true. Furthermore, it is sheer defamation to claim that positivists need consider their own activity as mere arbitrary decision. To say that an activity is not grounded on some substantial concept of human rationality, whatever that might mean, is not to say that it is based on some arbitrary decision. It isn't arbitrary if it is motivated by deep-seated human needs, an expression of concern for human suffering, etc. But that doesn't make the decision one motivated by reason itself. It is motivated by perfectly understandable and unexceptionable human desires. The decision to eat when one is very hungry is not arbitrary. I couldn't equally well have decided to go swimming. But that doesn't make my eating a form of knowledge. The task, then, for the members of the Frankfurt School is to give an account of what it means to say that the agents could not acknowledge certain motives, which shows how this means something more than they, in general, don't like to acknowledge these motives, and to give an account of what it means to say that a belief requires mistaken belief about its epistemic standing, which means more than just if the agents are enlightened about their mistake, they will in fact give the belief up. In what sense is it irrational to act on motives which one could not acknowledge, or to hold value judgments or preferences which require mistakes about their epistemic standing? In a way, the oddest thing about this whole discussion is the extent to which Habermas is himself infected with the positivism against which he is struggling. In my reconstruction of the positivist position, I claimed that the positivists tacitly identified statements which are potentially true or false A, statements which have cognitive content, B, and statements on which there could be a rational consensus, C. The positivists then went on to argue that all rationality was scientific rationality, D, and that all scientifically meaningful statements were statements with observable content, E. Since attitudes, preference, value judgments, normative beliefs, etc. obviously have no direct observational content, they can't be true or false, hence they are cognitively meaningless, so there are strong limits to rational discussion of them, and ultimately one can have no warrant for adopting or acting on them. Any consistent set of preferences, attitudes, etc. is as good, as rational as any other. Habermas counters in the obvious way. Clearly, not any consistent set of preferences, attitudes, and normative beliefs is as rational as any other. This sense of rational may be unclear and difficult to analyze, but that doesn't mean that it is illicit or doesn't exist, and if positivism can't give an account of it, so much the worse for positivism. But instead of going on to attack the first part of the positivist view, the identification of A through C, Habermas accepts it. So if some normative beliefs are more rational than others, there must be a kind of normative knowledge. Because some preferences and attitudes are more rational than others, sets of preferences and attitudes can be true or false. Truth and falsity, as used in science, do not admit of degrees. A proposition is true or false, and tertium non datur. But rationality is not like that. Decisions, preferences, attitudes, etc. can be more or less rational. Agents can have stronger or weaker warrant for their actions, can be more or less aware of their own motives, can be more or less enlightened in their normative beliefs. If I am asked whether I agree with Habermas or with the positivists, that is, whether I think that there is a single, true, uniquely rational set of human preferences, attitudes, and normative beliefs, or whether I think that there is no sense in which any of the set of attitudes, preferences, and normative beliefs is more rational than any other, the only reasonable reply is to reject this alternative as falsely posed. 2. With that, I turn to the second approach to Ideologiekritik, that in terms of the functional properties of forms of consciousness. An ideology is a world picture which stabilizes or legitimizes domination. Footnote. I won't discuss the second and third functional senses of ideology, i.e. an ideology is a form of consciousness which serves to mask social contradictions, and an ideology is a form of consciousness which hinders maximal development of the forces of production. In some cases, masking social contradictions may be a way of supporting or legitimizing an oppressive social order, so a form of consciousness which is an ideology in that it masks social contradictions will also be an ideology in the sense that it supports or legitimizes Herrschaft. End footnote. But what is the relation between the falsity of the form of consciousness and its functioning to support or legitimize oppression? Footnote. As Section 2, Part 2 of this chapter indicates, there are various quite different views about what exactly is that an ideology in the functional sense stabilizes or legitimizes. Repression, Herrschaft, illegitimate repression, Zwangswoldenheid, surplus repression, etc., I will use the term oppression and its derivatives, e.g. functions oppressively, in the following as a placeholder for whatever reprehensible feature of society ideology is defined as stabilizing and legitimizing. End footnote. There are 4 possibilities. A. The world picture is false and it stabilizes or legitimizes oppression, but its falsity and its oppressive functioning have no inherent connection. We can know that it is false independently of knowing whether it functions oppressively, and we can know that it functions oppressively independently of knowing whether or not it is false. Footnote. Habermas speaks of ideological error in a way which combines all 3 approaches to ideology. The error that the Enlightenment was dealing with is rather the false consciousness of an epoch, that in the institutions of a false one, society is anchored and in turn fixes ruling interests. So ideological consciousness is A. epistemically false, B. functionally reprehensible, C. genetically unacceptable. Although it is hard to be sure, it would seem as if Habermas means here that these 3 things are independently of each other. End footnote. B. The world picture is false. We assume that from the start that if we have whatever grounds are necessary for asserting that, and the judgment that the world picture functions oppressively is parasitic on our judgment that it is false. Consider the following case. Suppose we have a world picture, a central part of which is a set of normative beliefs which are used to give legitimacy to the basic institutions of society. Like most social institutions, these will be likely to have repressive features. The question then is whether this is necessary or legitimate repression, or whether it is oppression, domination, Herrschaft, etc. One way to answer this question would be to look at the arguments given for the legitimacy of the institution. If these arguments are correct and start from true normative beliefs, the institution and the repression associated with it is justified. If the best available arguments must start from false normative beliefs, the institution is not justified. And if in addition it imposes frustration on given human preferences, it is a form of oppression. So to know whether what the world picture supports and legitimizes is Herrschaft or oppression, one must know whether the world picture is itself true or false. This answer won't work, of course, but it points in the right direction. From the fact that the best arguments the members of society can give are not valid, it doesn't follow that there are no valid arguments to the legitimacy of the institution. So the judgment that this world picture is oppressive is not parasitic on a judgment that it is false, but it may depend on a claim that no true world picture could yield valid arguments for the legitimacy of the institutions, or, if one wishes to adhere strictly to the principle that Ideologiekritik is a form of internal criticism, that no true world picture acceptable or accessible to the agents could yield valid arguments for the legitimacy of the social institution. Footnote. With this terminological distinction between acceptable and accessible, I want to signal a difference between what agents would adopt if it were presented to them, and what they could reasonably be expected to develop themselves in their historical situation. End footnote. C. We can reverse B and give philosophical primacy not to the epistemic properties of the world picture, but to its functional properties. A world picture or form of consciousness is false in virtue of the fact that what it stabilizes or legitimizes are relations of Herrschaft. It is hard to see how this could work in this simple form. A form of consciousness might contain, among other things, some simple descriptive beliefs. If these are observationally accurate, why call them false, whatever their functional properties? To use false in this functional sense of descriptive beliefs could cause nothing but confusion. The same belief might turn out both observationally accurate and hence true, and functionally false. But I assume that the whole point of the use of words like true or false is that they represent a definitive judgment on whether a belief is to be rejected or accepted, so we want to avoid cases in which we say that the belief is both true and false. Footnote. Some members of the Frankfurt School, notably Adorno, may hold the Hegelian view that a statement or a form of consciousness can be both true and false. Fortunately, I need not try to explicate this difficult and obscure doctrine, because, as his paper on truth makes clear, Habermas does not wish to adopt this usage. Even in his early works, in which the traces of Hegel are most marked, Habermas avoids saying directly that ideological consciousness is both true and false. Thus, in the book review, Literature Report on the Philosophical Discussions about Marx and Marxism, published in 1957, he says that ideological consciousness may be a correct or accurate representation of reality, but is false. It itself, consciousness, becomes false through the even correct reflection of a false reality. The ideology finds its utmost limit in the correct depiction of the false existing society. End footnote. Still, we may be able to salvage this functional sense for a world picture or form of consciousness as a whole. If one thinks of the characteristic components of a form of consciousness as attitudes, preferences, and normative and metaphysical beliefs, one might claim that these have no clear observational content to get in the way. We may wish to express a definitive judgment on their acceptability by calling them false if they stabilize or legitimize relations of Herrschaft, otherwise true. We needn't worry that this will conflict with our judgment on their descriptive accuracy. There won't be any. So the judgment that a world picture or form of consciousness is ideologically false on this view is a judgment passed on the form of consciousness as a whole in virtue of the way in which the characteristic attitudes, preferences, and normative and metaphysical beliefs which make up the form of consciousness function in the society. Footnote. One needn't even deny that the form of consciousness might contain some simple descriptive beliefs. These remain true or false in the normal empirical sense, regardless of ideological judgment on the form of consciousness as a whole. End footnote. One might take as a great advantage of this approach that which forms of consciousness are ideologically false will change over time and depend on details of the particular historical situation. The same set of beliefs and attitudes may in some historical epochs support repressive social structures and in others may not. Footnote. The same is true of other functional approaches, i.e. the definition of ideology as what serves to hide social contradictions and the definition of ideology as what hinders maximal development of the forces of production. End footnote. Thus, what were originally idle metaphysical speculations about the nature of ousia, with no social function at all, save perhaps to provide Greek gentlemen with a postprandial conversational alternative to the flirt girls, may, in a different historical context, be absorbed into Christian theology and acquire a repressive function. Footnote. The elos, of course, was not a flute. It had a double need, but in this case, mistranslation may have aesthetic advantages. Imagine Alcibiades' entrance at the end of symposium, drunk, crowned, and supported by a female oboist. End footnote. If, however, we are going to make the reprehensible functioning of a world picture to define its ideological falsity, we must have a very clear idea of which modes of functioning are reprehensible. This brings us back to the old question. Is the form of consciousness reprehensible, i.e. ideological, if it functions to support or legitimize Herrschaft, surplus repression, surplus Herrschaft, illegitimate repression, etc.? Herrschaft, as the reader will recall, was defined relative to the ability to frustrate agents' wants and preferences. Macht, power, is the ability to impose on agents the frustrations of their preferences, or as Habermas puts it in Theory of Society, Macht is the ability to prevent others from pursuing their interests. The exercise of Macht is repression. This exercise is either manifest, open use of force, or direct threat to use of force, or normative. Repression is normative if the agents are prevented from pursuing their interests by a set of normative beliefs they accept. Normative power, if distributed asymmetrically, is Herrschaft. The appeal of the notion of surplus repression and of the notion of surplus Herrschaft derives from the hope that it would provide us with an objective standard for evaluating societies and their associated forms of consciousness. We might even be able to measure the surplus repression in a given society at least approximately and comparatively. But to measure the amount of surplus repression in a society, we would have to determine what the needs, wants, preferences, and desires of the members of society are and what the economy requires to be able to reproduce itself. Unfortunately, both of these notions, the wants, needs, and desires of the agents, and the requirements of the economy, are highly problematic. To say that blank is required by the economy, or blank is required if the economy is to function, is at best an ellipsis. To say that the economy functions is to say that it functions at some level of efficiency, i.e. at some level of expenditure of resources to provide some level of satisfaction or qualitatively specific set of human wants and needs of a quite particular kind. It presumably also means that the industrial plant does not disengorge a mass of goodies and then promptly collapse, so the economy must function in such a way that it not only satisfies certain human wants, but also reproduce itself. One can't even begin to determine whether the society imposes surplus repression on its members unless one specifies what level of satisfaction of what particular human desires and needs the economy is to provide. Did the ancient economy require the use of slave labor in order to function at a level which would provide each microlise with an onion, a barley cake, and half a cabbage for each of 2 meals a day? Or did it require the use of slave labor if it was to function so as to allow Albicles to race in a 4-horse chariot in the morning and spend the afternoons playing catabos in the baths? Or would Microlise get only 1 onion a day if Alcibiades spent less time racing? The extra onion, then, is Microcles' share of the fruits of the Athenian imperialism. Associated with every human society, there will be a set of accepted wants, needs, and desires, and a traditional level of expected satisfaction of these wants and desires. But one can't define surplus repression as any repression more than that required for the economy to function so as to satisfy the socially accepted wants and needs of the agents at the traditional level. After all, the set of accepted wants, needs, and desires, and the traditional level of consumption may themselves be well part of the ideology we wish to criticize. Appeal to surplus repression was supposed to give us a standpoint outside the given social interpretation of the agent's needs from which to criticize it. On the other hand, no member of the Frankfurt School wishes to argue that the only real wants and needs are those which must be satisfied to ensure minimal biological survival, so that any repression more than the need to ensure the physical survival of the agents is surplus. Agents in society have acquired sophisticated cultural needs, and it is as legitimate and important that they be satisfied as it is that the agents get enough food and shelter. This suggests that surplus repression can't be the starting point and basis for ideology critique. Rather, it seems that one must start with some kind of theory of which needs and wants are legitimate and which ideologically false. The amount of surplus repression, then, is the amount of repression exacted beyond the required to satisfy the agent's legitimate wants and needs. This repression is surplus is a conclusion which sums up a critical argument. The real work of ideology critique will already have been done in distinguishing legitimate from false wants and needs. Perhaps we can still find a way to give philosophical primacy to the functional properties of a world picture, but the notion of surplus repression won't give us a quick and short way to an objective definition of oppression. D. Finally, we might claim that neither the falsity of the world picture nor its mode of functioning have any primacy on the analysis of ideology because they are inherently interconnected. One can't determine that the world picture is false apart from an argument which at some point crucially appeals to the fact that this world picture supports or legitimizes admitted oppression, nor can one show that what the world picture supports or legitimizes is in fact oppression without some appeal to the falsity of the world picture. Since Peirce and Dewey, such contextualist views are not completely unknown among English-speaking philosophers. Members of the Frankfurt School would probably call this approach dialectical. 3. The third approach to ideology critique is in terms of the genetic properties of forms of consciousness. How can a form of consciousness be false in virtue of something about its origin, history, or genesis? One widely practiced form of genetic ideology critique is what I will call the social origins approach. In certain forms of vulgar Marxism, to call a belief a bourgeois belief or a feudal belief is to criticize it as ideologically false because of its social origin, i.e. because it is typically or characteristically arises in societies dominated by the bourgeoisie, or because of the original proponents of the belief are themselves members of the bourgeoisie. Prima facie, this doesn't seem to be a very promising line of argument. Most 19th and early 20th century natural scientists were working in a society dominated by the bourgeoisie, and perhaps one might argue that their physics was a kind of intellectual enterprise that characteristically arises in bourgeois societies, obsessed as they are with efficient and reliable methods for controlling natural phenomena. Still, although we might explain why particular physicists come to hold particular false physical theory by reference to their social environment and the requirements of bourgeois society, the theory is not false because it arose in a bourgeois society, but because it is inaccurate, incompatible with the evidence, etc. Why should the situation be any different for forms of consciousness? Proponents of the social origins approach think that the situation is different for forms of consciousness because they hold a very strong view about the connection of the social origins of a form of consciousness and certain other facts about that form of consciousness. They believe that if a form of consciousness characteristically arises among the members of a certain social class, that forms of consciousness will be the expression of the class position, standpoint, or viewpoint of that class, or alternatively, that if a form of consciousness characteristically arises in a society dominated by a particular social class, it will be an expression of the class position, or standpoint, or viewpoint of that dominant class. To say that a form of consciousness is an expression of the position in society or viewpoint of a social class is to say, a. that the form of consciousness formulates the class interests of that social class, or b. that the form of consciousness represents social reality as it appears to the members of that social class, or c. both A and B. It is important in A, above, that when we speak of a form of consciousness, that the expression of class position, we mean that it formulates the class interest of that social class, and not merely, for instance, that it that adopting and acting on that form of consciousness will further the class interests of some social class. To say that acting on a particular form of consciousness will further the interests of some social class is to attribute to that form of consciousness a functional property. Perhaps one might want in fact to claim that if a form of consciousness characteristically arises among the members of some class, acting on it will usually in fact foster their class interests, but this may turn out to be a form of functional criticism in disguise. That is, one may not be criticizing the form of consciousness because it arises thus and so, but because, given that it arises thus and so, it will have these and those functional properties. What is wrong, though, with formulating or fostering a class interest? Why is this grounds for rejecting a form of consciousness as ideological? It might seem grounds rather for cherishing it. Why isn't a form of consciousness that correctly formulates the interest of a social class an ideology in the positive sense? The answer is that, although the class interest of some particular class may in some circumstances be identical with the general interest of the society, very often this will not be the case. But classes have a natural tendency to identify their own particular class interest with the general interest. A form of consciousness is to be rejected if it falsely presents a particular class interest as the general interest of the society, or if, although purporting to foster the general interest, it in fact fosters the particular interest of a social class. If this, or something like it, is what is intended by those who criticize a form of consciousness for being an expression of the position in society of a particular class, namely, that this form of consciousness falsely presents the particular interests of this particular social class as a general interest, then this is not a form of genetic ideology critique. The form of consciousness in question is not being criticized in virtue of its origin, but in the virtue of the falsity it is likely to have as a result of this origin. Its origin in the particular experiences of a particular social class will then be at best a more or less reliable indicator that the form of consciousness will be found to present a particular class interest as the general interest. So this purportedly genetic ideology critique is actually a kind of epistemic ideology critique. Similar conclusions follow if one interprets the statement, "This form of consciousness is an expression of the viewpoint of this particular social class," as meaning this form of consciousness represents social reality as it appears to the members of that social class, as in B above. That a form of consciousness represents social reality as it appears to the members of some social class would seem no grounds for rejecting it. But suppose one holds that the truth about society is the total view of that society, i.e., some kind of combination or integration of the ways the society appears from the perspective of each of its constituent groups. Then a form of consciousness which represents social reality as it appears to the members of some particular social class is a merely partial view of the society, i.e., it is not the truth about society, i.e., it is a false consciousness. Fortunately, it is not necessary to try to cash in the metaphors of this dubious theory of social knowledge. Here too, clearly, what is at issue is a form not of genetic, but of epistemic ideology critique. What is wrong with ideological forms of consciousness is not their origin, but their false representation of social reality. So far, we have not found any genuinely genetic forms of ideology critique. Perhaps we will fare better if we try to take seriously the analogy between ideology critique and psychoanalysis, and between ideologically false consciousness and individually neurosis. In The Future of an Illusion, Freud distinguishes between error, Irrtum, delusion, wanity, and illusion. An Irrtum is just a normal, everyday, false factual belief, e.g., the belief that Sigmund Freud was born in Vienna is an Irrtum. A wanity is a false belief an agent holds because holding this belief satisfies some wish the agent has, e.g., a man who falsely believes that he is Charlemagne because this belief satisfies his wish to be an important historical personage is suffering from a delusion, a wanity. An illusion is a belief which may or may not be false, but which is held by the agent because it satisfies a wish. Freud's example of an illusion is the belief of a middle-class girl that a prince will come and marry her. It may in fact turn out that a prince does come and marry her. In Freud's Vienna, there were such princes around, although probably not very many, so the girl's chances were rather slim. But the reason she believes that she will marry a prince is that this belief satisfies some wish she has. The illusion mentioned in the title of Freud's work is religious belief, but his discussion is not as clear and unambiguous as one might wish. Some religious beliefs are like wanidine, patently false beliefs to which the agents cling because they satisfy some deep needs. But religious beliefs are merely illusions, belief of indeterminate truth value which are accepted because they satisfy agents' wishes. But are religious beliefs really illusions in the way in which the middle-class girl's belief about her prince is an illusion? The middle-class girl's belief is of indeterminate truth value. It may or may not be true, only in the sense that she does not now have any evidence for it. But in itself, the belief is true or false. Either the prince will come or he won't. Freud himself suggests that this is not quite the case with religious beliefs. About the reality of most of them, one can't judge at all. Just as they are unprovable, they are also irresistibly. This may be taken to mean we can't prove them or disprove them, but we could in principle have evidence for them. They are in themselves true or false. It is just that at the moment we don't have any evidence for them either way, just as the girl has no evidence for her belief. But it might also mean we can't make any judgment at all about them as representations of reality. They are so vague and unspecific, we wouldn't know what to count as evidence for them. Perhaps it is even wrong to think of some of them as purporting to represent reality at all, rather than merely expressing certain attitudes. What could be the evidence for a belief that there's a destiny that shapes our ends, refute them as we will? Or the belief that all there is a substance or attribute of substance and God is the one substance? From here it is but a step to claim that there is no point in calling such things true or false. Preponderance of the evidence could be the reason the middle-class girl thinks that she will marry the prince, but it probably isn't. But no one could hold these religious beliefs as a result of considering the non-existent or completely inadequate evidence for them. So the reason these beliefs have been able to perpetuate themselves through millennia must be that they satisfy agents' needs and wishes. So we must distinguish at least a. cases of delusion. Despite overwhelming evidence that the belief is false, the agent continues to hold it because it satisfies some wish. B. Cases of illusion in which the belief is one for which the agent could have adequate evidence, but which is accepted by the agents because it satisfies some wish. C. Cases of illusion involving beliefs for which there could not be adequate evidence, and which therefore must be accepted because they satisfy some wish. What are we to say, then, about ideology in the pejorative sense? Is it a kind of delusion or of illusion? Let me start with what I will call the generalized wishful thinking model of ideology-critique. According to this model, ideology-critique proceeds by showing a. that certain agents make a characteristic kind of mistake, b. that one can explain why they make the mistake by ultimate reference to interests. This model differs from normal cases of wishful thinking and from the cases Freud discusses in that the explanation in B need not be an explanation in terms of individual psychology. Thus, the agents may make the mistake because of the institutional context within which they act, and we may explain why this institutional context has the characteristics it must have in order to produce the mistake by reference to the interest of some agents, but those who make the mistake may not be motivated as individuals to satisfy the interest by reference to which the mistake is explained. In fact, it may not even be the case that the interest by reference to which the mistake is explained is an interest of those who make the mistake. Consider, for example, members of some disadvantaged group who are employed in a government bureau to collect and analyze unemployment statistics. Let us suppose that the rate of unemployment in the society is systematically underestimated, and that the ultimate explanation of this fact is that this underestimation is the interest of some powerful group in the society. The agents in the government bureau who make the mistake may have no interest whatsoever in which is satisfied by holding a false belief about the rate of unemployment. In fact, underestimation of the rate of unemployment may be directly contrary to their interests. The way the interest transforms itself into error is not by providing them with a direct individual incentive or motive to make the mistake, but by arranging the conditions under which the statistics are collected and evaluated so that rational agents working in those conditions will, in general, be prone to making this kind of systematic error. The generalized wishful thinking model describes above make ideology out to be a kind of delusion, wannabe. The belief in question is one in which is clearly false. There is ample evidence available for rational agents to see that the belief is false, but they don't, and the reason they don't is that powerful interests are operating to place them in non-standard conditions. It is, of course, an extremely important task for empirical social research to point out how the interests of powerful social groups cause false information to be produced and disseminated throughout the society, but this is not the task of ideology critique. In the case described above, as in typical cases of what Freud calls delusion, the mistake or error in question was a straightforward factual error. But no amount of factual error is in itself sufficient to render a form of consciousness ideologically false. If a form of consciousness is ideological, one result might be that certain kinds of truths were systematically overlooked or certain kinds of errors systematically made. That certain kinds of errors are characteristically made might lead us to suspect that some ideological element in the form of consciousness would be threatened by correct belief, but this does not mean that ideological falsity consists in factual ignorance or false factual belief. On the genetic view, under consideration in this section, the ideological falsity of a form of consciousness is supposed to consist in something about its origin or genesis. Ideology critique was to ferret out this particular kind of non-empirical error. But neither part of the criticism along the lines of the model of wishful thinking, neither A nor B, seems to require any but the normal empirical methods of social research, and what is wrong about an underestimation of the rate of unemployment is not that there is any particular origin, but that it is an underestimation, i.e. that it is factually an error. So, it would seem, if ideological error is delusion in Freud's sense, or is appropriately analyzed in the model of wishful thinking and the unspecific form in which that model has been presented above, ideology critique is not an activity which requires any revisions in received views about epistemology. If ideological error is taken to be like the illusion from which the middle-class girl in Freud's example suffers, the same argument would seem to apply. One doesn't show that the belief is false by showing that this person holds it because it satisfies one of her wishes. The way to criticize the belief is not to show that she wishes it to be true, but to show how inherently implausible it is, and we do that by normal empirical means. To this it might be objected that the point here is not to show that the belief is false, but to criticize the agent for adopting an inherently implausible belief for which she has no evidence. But it requires no major revisions to our epistemology to treat cases like this either. Why is even the positivist stopped from criticizing agents for holding implausible, empirically unsupported beliefs? Are ideologies, then, like the second kind of illusion, i.e., like C in my scheme above? That is, are ideologies forms of consciousness with little or no observational content, which, therefore, if adopted at all, must be adopted because they satisfy some wish, desire, or interest of the agents? It can't in itself be an objection to a belief that it satisfies a wish or desire, or even that it is accepted because it satisfies a wish or desire. True beliefs for which I have good evidence will satisfy my desire to accept true beliefs for which I have good evidence, and that they satisfy this wish is the reason I accept them. What is wrong with wishful thinking is not that we accept beliefs because they satisfy desires we have, but that we accept these beliefs because they satisfy the wrong, i.e. inappropriate desires. Empirical beliefs can be accepted because they satisfy our wish to accept well-confirmed empirical beliefs. If we accept them because they satisfy some other wish, we are engaging in wishful thinking. This suggests that we might be able to distinguish appropriate and inappropriate motivations for different classes of beliefs. Even if the only appropriate and acceptable motivation for accepting empirical beliefs is the desire to accept only well-confirmed beliefs, this cannot be an appropriate motivation for accepting normative and metaphysical beliefs or for adopting attitudes, preferences, etc., since there is no way, in principle, in which any of these things could be empirically confirmed. It is just not an option for us human beings not to have some attitudes, preferences, or normative beliefs. Is there some way, then, of distinguishing appropriate and acceptable from inappropriate and unacceptable motives for attitudes, preferences, and non-empirical beliefs? Should preferences, attitudes, etc. be rejected if they have been adopted for unacceptable motives? Are they then to be rejected as false? Empirical beliefs adopted as the result of wishful thinking need not be false. In fact, we generally speak of wishful thinking only in cases where the belief is false, or at the very least very implausible. But if wishful thinking just means, as we have taken it to mean, accepting a belief because it satisfies some wish other than the wish to accept well-supported beliefs, there is no reason why we might not have some evidence for belief accepted because of wishful thinking, as long as the evidence is not the reason we accept it. So to criticize agents for indulging in wishful thinking is not necessarily to show that their beliefs are to be rejected as false. This line of argument can't be carried over to preferences, attitudes, and non-empirical beliefs, because with them one can't distinguish their truth or falsity from the motives the agents have for accepting them. Still, this may mean no more than that non-empirical beliefs are not true or false at all, since they are not observationally true or false. It certainly doesn't imply that we show non-empirical beliefs, attitudes, preferences, etc. to be false by impugning the motives of those who adopt them. Our prime example of the genetic approach to ideology-kritik is Nietzsche's criticism of Christianity. This criticism is genetic because it appeals to a purported fact about the origin of Christianity, that Christianity arises from hatred, envy, resentment, and feelings of weakness and inadequacy. To say that Christianity arises out of hatred and envy is presumably not to make a historical statement. It is unclear what critical import such a statement could have, but to make a general statement about the typical motivation of Christians. How do we know that these motives are unacceptable? Nietzsche, in presenting this criticism, need not himself be committed to the view that hatred is in general, or always, or even ever, an unacceptable motivation for action. It is sufficient for the critical enterprise that the Christian cannot acknowledge hatred as an acceptable motive for beliefs, preferences, and attitudes. Since it is a central doctrine of Christianity that agents ought to be motivated by love and not by hatred, resentment, envy, etc., Christianity itself gives the standard of acceptability for motives in the light of which it is criticized. If Nietzsche's account of its origins are correct, Christianity requires of its adherents that they not recognize their own motives for adhering to it. It isn't very important whether one wants to say that this criticism, if correct, shows Christianity to be false, or merely something else, contradictory, radically irrational, unstable, etc. The point is that the Christian who accepts Nietzsche's argument and thereupon gives Christianity up is not doing anything analogous to acting on a whim, expressing a mere preference, or making an arbitrary decision. This action is rationally grounded. This example suggests that, at least in some cases, we can criticize a form of consciousness because of the motives which lead the agents to adopt it. But the origin, genesis, and history of a form of consciousness includes more than just the motives of the agents who adhere to it. Chapter 3 will treat a kind of genetic ideology critique in which a form of consciousness is criticized because of non-motivational features of the conditions under which the agents could have acquired it. Chapter 2. Interests. In Chapter 1, I discussed various ways in which the term ideology has been used. For present purposes, the most important of the ways was the use of ideology to refer to false consciousness. In Section 4 of Chapter 1, we tried to determine what it meant to say that ideological consciousness was false. But throughout most of Chapter 1, we abstracted from what might seem to be an important substantive specification of ideological error, namely that it was supposed to be the case that agents who suffer from ideologically false consciousness are deluded about their own true interests. Ideology-kritik was supposed to enlighten agents about their true interests. In this chapter, I will try to determine what it might mean to distinguish the true or real or objective interests of agents from their merely apparent or merely phenomenal or perceived interests, and what might be meant by the claim that a group of agents is deceived or deluded about its true interests. Up to now, I have spoken of the wants, interests, needs, desires, and preferences of a group of agents as if they were all more or less the same thing. We attribute a set of wants, preferences, and desires to a group of agents on the basis of their explicit avowals, that is, on the basis of what they say they want, and on the basis of their actual overt behavior. But the avowals may be confused, fragmentary, and contradictory, and may stand in the most tenuous relation to a body of equally confused and conflict-ridden behavior. We neither wish to take what they say strictly at face value, despite overwhelming evidence that they never act on their avowed desires, nor will we want to ignore completely the fact of human weakness and assume that their sincere assertions are hypocritical, if they don't always act on them. So the set of desires and preferences we attribute to the group is a theoretical construct which fills out the fragmentary evidence, removes some of the contradictions between avowals and behavior, and may end up ascribing to the group on the basis of its actual behavior wants and desires of which no individual member is aware. It will be quite difficult to make this theoretical construct not to impose on the group too determinate and coherent a set of desires. When should apparent contradictions be allowed to stand, and what kind of rationality assumptions should be made when smoothing them out? Individuals and groups, then, may be unaware of some of their own desires and preferences, i.e. on the basis of their manifest behavior, we may have reason to attribute to them preferences and desires which they not only themselves never articulate, but which they would verbally disavow. Needs are defined relative to the successful functioning of an individual or social organism. If the needs of an organism are not satisfied, it will malfunction. A human being needs a certain minimal intake of calories, protein, vitamins, etc. This means that if a human being does not obtain that minimal level of nutrition over an extended period, it will malfunction, become lethargic, have lowered resistance to disease, perhaps die. The notion of successful functioning is quite flexible. If I eat something nourishing and I immediately fall over dead, I have obviously malfunctioned, but what if I become slightly lethargic as a result of a marginally inadequate diet? To extend this account to social organisms will be difficult. The notion of successful functioning is clearly even less well defined for social systems than for biological organisms. When is a society healthy and when pathological? Agents and societies may not be aware of their needs. To remain with the dietary example, I know that I need a certain amount of vitamin C over any given 6-month period, otherwise I will get scurvy. But there are numerous other dietary substances my body needs in order to function, and I in no way assume that I know that I need all of them. Agents may or may not have an interest in the satisfaction of their wishes and desires. Partially reformed alcoholics may still have a strong desire for drink, but they also have an interest in the non-satisfaction of that desire. I may have an interest in having some of my desires satisfied, but I may also have an interest in not having them satisfied at the moment, or at all, in acquiring new desires which I do not now have, or in losing desires of which I disapprove. One might try to construe all these cases as ones in which I experience a conflict between two desires, perhaps a first-order desire and a second-order desire, rather than as a conflict between wish/desire on the one hand and something else, interest, on the other. I would prefer not to adopt this strategy for the following reason. I may have a desire with which I wholly identify myself, and may have an interest in not gratifying that desire, although I have no second-order desire not to gratify it. Partially reformed alcoholics have a strong first-order desire for drink, and a strong second-order desire that the first-order desire not be satisfied. These desires conflict. An unregenerate alcoholic has an excessive desire for drink and no appropriate second-order desire that excessive desire not be satisfied. Perhaps if unregenerate alcoholics were more rational, they would try to acquire the appropriate second-order desires, but from the fact that they would try to acquire them under some other circumstances, it doesn't follow that they are now, in some sense, have them. Note also that I wish to keep the notion of want/desire closely tied to avowal and behavior. Partially reformed alcoholics say that they both have a strong desire for drink and a desire that the desire not be gratified, and that these two conflict, and their behavior bears them out. Unregenerate alcoholics assert that they have a strong desire for drink, and deny that they have any desire not to drink, and their behavior bears them out. Still, an unregenerate alcoholic has an interest in drinking and in developing the appropriate second-order desire. But what does it mean to say that alcoholics have an interest, but no desire to restrict their drinking other than that we, the outside observers, think that it would be better for them not to have the desire for drink? It would be no objection, even if it meant no more than that, but confirmed alcoholics may share our judgment about their interests. They may agree that it is in their interest not to drink, they simply don't in fact have a desire with which it would make them act on this interest. The concept of interest is obscure partially because it is supposed to connect or mediate reason with the faculty of desire. Interests arise out of desires. I may have an interest in developing my lung capacity because I have a desire to play the flute better than I do, but that I have a desire doesn't mean by itself that I have the corresponding interest in bringing about conditions under which that desire will or even can be satisfied. As the case of the alcoholic shows, I don't have that interest unless I have made some kind of judgment that the desire in question ought to be satisfied, or that I have no overriding reason not to satisfy it. But recognition of interests may also give rise to new desires. Unregenerate alcoholics have no desire to stop drinking, but if they recognize that it is in their interest to stop drinking, they may try to cultivate such a desire and it may succeed. But it is in their interest to stop drinking whether they recognize it or not. To speak of an agent's interests is to speak of the way that agent's particular desires could be rationally integrated into a coherent good life. Footnote. Certainly, agents and groups don't strictly speaking aim at mere biological survival, but rather at the attainment of a good life and at the reproduction of a particular cultural form of life. Note also that 17th century usage of the term interest, reported by Hirschman, it comprised the totality of human aspirations, but denoted an element of reflection or calculation with respect to the manner in which these aspirations were to be pursued. In the limiting case, that of the alcoholic, the manner in which these aspirations were to be pursued may be not at all. End footnote. Alcoholics can be said to have an interest in giving up good drink, even if they don't recognize it, because we know that health, and in extreme cases life itself, is central to their conception of the good life, and that excessive drinking cannot be integrated into such a life. Just as I may have wants and desires of which I am unaware, wants and desires I evince with my behavior, but which I do not recognize and avow, the needs of which I am unaware, I can also have interests of which I am unaware. From the fact that I have a certain need, it does not follow that I have a desire to satisfy that need. If I am unaware of the need, I may not act in any way which would be construed as trying to satisfy the need. Footnote. There are, of course, many cases in which agents may systematically act to satisfy needs of which they never become aware. Some of the most interesting work in the social sciences is devoted to showing how social institutions are organized to achieve just this result. End footnote. However, I do wish to say that I have an interest in the satisfaction of anything which can be reasonably be termed a need. There is no mystery, then, that to a claim that agents are deceived or mistaken about their wants and desires or their interests. I may sincerely avow a desire which my behavior belies, or vehemently repudiate a desire which, as my behavior shows, I clearly have. If the agents are unaware of some of their needs, they may have formed a set of interests which is incompatible with the satisfaction of those needs, or they may have formed a set of interests which is inconsistent or self-defeating, or I may have perfectly good empirical grounds for thinking that the pursuit of their present set of interests will lead them not, as they suppose, to happiness, tranquillity, and contentment, but to pain, misery, and frustration. If agents are deceived or mistaken about their interests, we will say that they are pursuing merely apparent interests, and not their real or true interests. What are the true or real or objective interests of a group of agents, and how can they come to know them? I will distinguish two different approaches to the definition of the true interests of a group: the perfect knowledge approach and the optimal conditions approach. It is easy to see how the perfect knowledge approach might arise from a consideration of some of the examples we have discussed. If John is an unregenerate alcoholic, he has a first-order desire to drink and no second-order desire that desire not be satisfied. We have said that this is compatible with John's recognizing that it is in his interest not to drink. He may recognize this and still not have the appropriate second-order desire, although the recognition itself may bring him to try to acquire or cultivate that desire. But, of course, John may not realize that this is in his interest to stop drinking. He may be very ignorant or have false views. He may think that drinking is good for his circulation, may never have heard of cirrhosis, etc. In that case, we say that he is mistaken about his interests, and what we mean by that is that if he knew more than he does, if, for instance, he had correct views about the effects of drinking on his health, he would recognize that this is not in the interest to continue to drink. By giving John the appropriate bits of knowledge, we can bring him to a clearer and more correct view of his interests. From this, it is but a step to the claim that John's real or true or objective interests are the ones he would have in the limiting case in which he had perfect knowledge. But what does this perfect knowledge comprise? Presumably, it must include at least all empirical knowledge of the kind of things that can be provided by the sciences, but does it include such things as the kind of self-knowledge acquired by psychoanalysis, or knowledge of what would satisfy me? Do I know my interests if I have available perfect empirical knowledge, but have not used it to reflect correctly on my present wants and interests so as to make them consistent? If the Marquis de Sade had the final intergalactic edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica at his disposal, would he pursued then have been his true interests? The optimal conditions approach starts from the observation that the desires, and hence the interests, of human agents have been extremely variable, and that what desires and interests the agents will form will depend to a large extent on the circumstances in which they find themselves. In particular, we are familiar with cases in which agents in circumstances of extreme deprivation develop pathological desires and interests. Thus, the Ik, who live in the border area between Uganda, Kenya, and Sudan, are said to recognize a full stomach as the only good. They routinely steal food from the very young, the old, and the infirm, leaving them to die, and their chief joy in life seems to be Schadenfreude. The anthropologist who first described this tribe thinks that this value system is a response to a couple of generations of famine, but that the value system is now stable and does not change even when food supply improves. Quote, "For it was obvious from the outset that nothing had really changed due to the sudden glut of food, except to cause interpersonal relationships to deteriorate still further if possible, and heighten Icean individualism beyond what I would have thought even the Ik to be capable of. If they had been mean and greedy and selfish before, with nothing to be mean and greedy and selfish over, now that they have something that they really excelled themselves in, what would be an insult to animals to be called bestiality." End quote. This value system is an understandable and even in some sense rational adaptation to the horrifying conditions in which the Ik live, but do we wish to say that the Ik are pursuing their true or real interests when they engage in their typically spiteful behavior, cultivate duplicity, train themselves to feel as little connection with or sympathy for others as possible, take delight in tormenting the old and feeble members of the group, ridicule those who show sign of residual altruism, etc.? We can say that they are not acting on their true interest because we think that we have grounds for the belief that they would not have formed their desires and interests had they not been living in objectively horrifying conditions. The desires and interests are pathological because the conditions in which they are formed are horrible. The optimal conditions approach attempts to turn this intuition around and say that the agent's real interests are the interests they would have formed in the optimal, i.e. beneficent, conditions. But what are the optimal conditions for forming interests? It is easier to say what conditions clearly are not optimal, that is, which are positive hindrances to the formation of true interests, than to specify which conditions are optimal. Agents are unlikely to form their interest correctly in conditions of extreme physical deprivation, in circumstances where they are maltreated or unruly coerced, pressured or influenced, or in cases of gross ignorance or false belief. Prima facie, the two senses of real interests would seem to be quite distinct. The interest these particular agents with this particular initial form of consciousness in these specific objective circumstances would form, if they had perfect knowledge, need not be the interest they would form if they had been able to form their wants and interests in optimal conditions. To put the same thing another way, the task of becoming fully aware of the wants and interests one actually has is different from the task of acquiring the right human interests, the ones one would have to be able to acquire had one lived in supremely fortunate circumstances. The first of these two tasks is very much like that of working out the ideology of a group in the positive sense, i.e. elaborating the set of beliefs, wants, and interests most appropriate to the agent's real situation and given initial form of consciousness. Footnote. It is tempting to associate the first of these two senses of real interest with a psychoanalytic model. Reflective self-knowledge is to help individual agents realize their true interests, and the second with Marxist social theory, a systematic view of how the wants and interests of human groups are formed and deformed under varying socio-economic circumstances. End footnote. The difference between the two senses of real interests is particularly clear in the example of the Ik. Give the Ik any amount of further empirical knowledge and any amount of self-knowledge, i.e. reflective awareness of their own wants, and the chances are that as long as they remain in their present situation, they will at best develop more sophisticated versions of their present pathological form of consciousness. This appearance of divergence between the two senses of real interests might, however, be deceptive. It is easy to see how someone could argue that optimal conditions must include not merely the absence of gross ignorance and false belief, but perfect knowledge. Still, the Ik example would seem to stand against any complete identification of real interests in the two senses. But does it? We are granting that if the Ik were to acquire perfect knowledge of the world, their situation, and themselves, they would probably form a set of interests which we would characterize as revolting and pathological. Partly this is because the objective situation of the Ik is appalling, and partly because the Ik were rather disgusting characters to start with. We were further claiming that the interest of the Ik would form if they had perfect knowledge would not be their true or real interests, because they would not be identical with the interest they would form under optimal conditions. But what real grounds do we have for denying that these would be the Ik's true interests? That we don't find them attractive is no argument. It is agreed that this is what they would come up with if they had perfect knowledge, it is even granted that these revolting interests are in some way appropriate for survival in the difficult circumstances in which the ik must live. What more can one ask? Those who would argue that the interests the ik would form under conditions of perfect knowledge needn't be their true interests may be motivated by the assumption that the real or true interests of any human group can't be ones of which we would strongly disapprove ethically. The real interests need not be ones we would ourselves adopt or share. We can be pluralists about that, but they must not be morally unacceptable. The implication is that if one enforces the requirement that the real interests are those agents would acquire under optimal conditions, this will ensure that they are morally acceptable. Real interests are a topic of discussion here because an ideology is supposed to be a kind of mistake agents make about their real interests, from which ideology-critique can free them. But the ik, as far as we can tell, are not ideologically deluded. The problem is that they are starving to death. That we morally disapprove of the form of consciousness the ik have, and would disapprove of the interests they would form if they were to have perfect knowledge, is irrelevant to the task of ideology critique and the notion of real interests associated with it. Ideology critique is supposed to have moral implications, but it isn't a form of moralizing criticism, and doesn't start from ethical assumptions. Ideology critique is supposed to enlighten the agents about their true interests by freeing them from errors and delusions about their real situation in the world. There may be other senses of real interest, but they are irrelevant to ideology critique. Real interests for ideology critique are those that the agents would form if they had perfect knowledge. But are our grounds for objecting to the real interest of the ik would form if they had perfect knowledge of our own distaste and moral disapprobation? Certainly, that their objective circumstances are horrifying is not just a judgment we, as outside observers, make. We have reason to believe that the ik even now realize their objective situation is dismal, and that they would prefer not to live as they do. If the ik would prefer not to live in their present state of extreme malnourishment, presumably they would also prefer not to have to form their desires and interests in such circumstances. Now, if the ik are assumed to have perfect knowledge, part of what they will know is what the optimal conditions for forming desires and interests are. These conditions, the reader will recall, are conditions for non-deprivation, non-coercion, and minimally correct information. With perfect knowledge, the ik will know what interests they would form if they were to live in optimal conditions, and we may safely assume that they would prefer to live in optimal conditions. Can we, then, still assume that, if the possession of perfect knowledge, the ik will acquire only more still sophisticated version of their present bestial forms of consciousness? If the answer to this question is a clear and resounding yes, we can predict how the argument will run. To be sure, if the conditions of existence for the ik were radically different than what they are, the ik would have a very different set of interests. They themselves realize that, but from that it is in no way follows that the interests they would have in some totally different situation are their present, true, or real interests. The ik may yearn to live in a radically altered circumstance, and speculate on what they would desire in such a case, but such vague yearning and such utopian speculation are vain and ineffective, and have nothing to do with their interests in the real world. Look at how they actually act when they have perfect knowledge. Recall, however, the case of the unreformed alcoholics. They have no effective desire to stop drinking, but the sheer fact that they could recognize that it would be in their interest to stop drinking was considered grounds enough for attributing this interest to them. Interests are related not only to effective desire, but also to judgment. Similarly, if the ik recognize, as we assume they do, that there is another set of interests they would prefer to have, namely the ones they realize they would acquire in the circumstances in which they would prefer to live, then those interests are their real interests, not the sophisticated but bestial ones we see them actually pursue. The ik's perception that under optimal conditions they would have interests very different from those that they now have is unlikely under present circumstances to be very effective in changing their hideous form of consciousness, but that doesn't imply that the interests they know that they would have under optimal conditions are not their real interests. Alcoholics' perception that it is not in their interest to drink is often not very effective either. This example does suggest a convergence of the two senses of real interest. If the agents have the requisite perfect knowledge, the interests they will acknowledge as their real interest will be those they know and they would form under optimal conditions of non-deprivation and non-coercion. This conclusion is one the members of the Frankfurt School would probably wish to defend, but for slightly different reasons. To speak of perfect knowledge is already to enter the realm of science fiction, but in the case of the Ik, we can be quite assured that the lives are somehow so impoverished, stultified, and constricted that they will never get anywhere near perfect knowledge of themselves and of their natural and social environment. A society all of whose members have been on the verge of starvation for decades is unlikely to develop sophisticated forms of knowledge. To acquire knowledge requires not just minimal economic surplus, but an ability to experiment, to try out alternatives, a kind of freedom of experience, and discuss the results of experience. Certainly the self-knowledge of the members of the Frankfurt School have in mind as a part of perfect knowledge of one's own wants, needs, motives, and what kind of life one would find acceptable and satisfying, is something agents are very unlikely to attain in a society without extensive room for free discussion and the unrestrained play of the imagination with alternative ways of living. None of this is possible in a society as impoverished, constricted, and oppressive as that of the Ik. The Ik's motivation is transparent. Grab as much food as possible and avoid all unnecessary exertion. In such circumstances, discussion of wants, motives, etc. is totally pointless. Like agents in an ideologically free society, inhabitants of utopia, the Ik have completely transparent motivation, but they don't have a high level of self-knowledge. They don't have knowledge of their own human possibilities and can't see their form of life against a background of envisaged alternatives. This line of argument shows how real interests in both senses might converge, but only at the cost of creating a double bind. The interests the agents would form given perfect knowledge coincide with those they would form in optimal conditions, because the agents couldn't acquire perfect knowledge unless they were in optimal conditions. But to be in optimal conditions, it is not only to be in conditions of freedom, but also not to lack any relevant knowledge. We can't be fully free without having perfect knowledge, nor acquire perfect knowledge unless we live in conditions of complete freedom. Our real interests are those we would form in such conditions of perfect knowledge and freedom. Although we can be in a position fully to recognize our real interests only if our society satisfies the utopian condition of perfect freedom, still, although we do not live in that utopia, we may be free enough to recognize how we might act to abolish some of the coercion from which we suffer and move closer to optimal conditions of freedom and knowledge. The task of critical theory is to show us which way to move. Chapter 3. Critical Theory. Section 1. Cognitive Structure. The members of the Frankfurt School distinguish sharply between scientific theories and critical theories. Footnote. Habermas, under the influence of Gadamer, adds interpretations as yet a third separate kind of theory. Just as the goal of science is to develop scientific theories, so the goal of philology is to provide interpretations of texts. End footnote. These two kinds of theory are said to differ along three important dimensions. First, they differ in their aim or goal, and hence in the way agents can use or apply them. Scientific theories have as their aim or goal successful manipulation of the external world. They have instrumental use. If correct, they enable the agents who have mastered them to cope effectively with the environment and thus pursue their chosen ends successfully. Critical theories aimed at emancipation and enlightenment, at making agents aware of hidden coercion, thereby freeing them from that coercion and putting them in a position to determine where their true interests lie. Second, critical and scientific theories differ in their logical or cognitive structure. Scientific theories are objectifying. That means that at least in typical cases one can distinguish clearly between the theory and the objects to which the theory refers. The theory isn't itself part of the object domain it describes. Newton's theory isn't itself a particle in motion. Critical theories, on the other hand, are claimed to be reflective or self-referential. A critical theory is itself always a part of the object domain which it describes. Critical theories are always in part about themselves. Finally, critical and scientific theories differ in the kind of evidence which will be relevant for determining whether or not they are cognitively acceptable, that is, they admit of and require different kinds of confirmation. Scientific theories require empirical confirmation through observation and experiment. Critical theories are cognitively acceptable only if they survive a more complicated process of evaluation, a central part of which is a demonstration that they are reflectively acceptable. In this section and those that follow, I will try to clarify the claim that critical theories have a distinctive aim or use, a distinctive cognitive structure, and a distinctive mode of confirmation. Any society at any time will be characterized by a certain distribution of beliefs among its members. This distribution will include beliefs about the structure, institutions, and present state of society. There is nothing wrong with describing this state of affairs on analogy with the case of an individual human subject as one in which the society reflects on itself or has reflective beliefs about itself, as long as it is clear that what is meant by is just a distribution of many, possibly very different beliefs among the various members of the society. Social theory is continuous with the naive beliefs agents have about their society. Any social theory is a set of beliefs some agent, at least some social theorist who propounds it, has about society, so it, too, can be described as a way in which society reflects on itself. It is an essential task of any complete theory of society to investigate not just social institutions and practices, but also the beliefs agents have about their society, to investigate not just social reality in the narrowest sense, but also the social knowledge which is part of that reality. A full-scale social theory, then, will form part of its own object domain. That is, a social theory is a theory about, among other things, agents' beliefs about their society, but it is itself such a belief. So if a theory of society is to give an exhaustive account of the beliefs agents in their society have, it will have to give an account of itself as one such belief. A social theory is said to have a reflective cognitive structure if it gives an explicit account of its own context of origin and context of application. Thus, the Marxist theory of society is a full-scale social theory in that it purports to give an account both of the objective social and economic institutions of the society and of the major kinds of beliefs the agents in the society hold. It has an explicitly reflective cognitive structure in that a. It contains an account of how its own genesis and origin, i.e., it purports to explain how it came about that mid-19th century European capitalist society was able to develop the correct knowledge of itself embodied in Marxism. Marxism purports to explain how it is possible for Marxism to arise when and where it did. B. It anticipates its own use or application by members of the society. Those of us brought up on one of those views of the nature of science which stress the structural identity of explanation and prediction may be sorely tempted to take the above the wrong way. We may be tempted to take it to mean that Marxism is a theory with great explanatory and predictive power. It can even explain its own origin, that is, A above, and can predict that it will be used by members of the society, the proletariat, to effect certain social changes, that is, B above. It might be thought that this is enough to distinguish a critical theory from a scientific theory. Although scientific theories may be used to predict natural events like eclipses, or to predict what will occur if agents decide to use these theories in certain ways, they can't in general be used to predict whether or not the agents will decide to use them. However this might be, anticipate does not mean predict for Habermas. This is clear from his essay on Benjamin, in which he contrasts the attitude of Benjamin on the end of bourgeois art with that of Marcuse. Benjamin is said to have described the process by which art lost its aura. Marcuse, on the other hand, is said to have anticipated the same development. Anticipation is then glossed as Forderung, demand or requirement. Marcuse doesn't predict that bourgeois art will end, he shows that it has a demand or requirement of rationality that it end. A critical theory, then, does not predict that the agents in the society will adopt and use the theory to understand themselves and transform their society, rather it demands that they adopt the critical theory, i.e. it asserts that these agents ought to adopt and act on the critical theory, where the ought is the ought of rationality. From the fact that it would be rational for the agents in a society to adopt the critical theory, it doesn't follow that one can predict that they will adopt it. Footnote. Although a critical theory might and in general will contain as a part of itself an empirical theory of the society which might allow a prediction of this type, it is not in virtue of this kind of prediction that the whole theory is a critical theory. End footnote. Scientific theories don't anticipate their own use in this technical sense of anticipate. Even if it is rational for agents to use them, scientific theories don't themselves contain assertions to that effect. No scientific theory states of itself that agents ought to adopt it for use. Furthermore, although the members of the Frankfurt School assume that scientific theories are always in principle transformable into technologies which would make them guides to effective human action, they also think that it is never more than conditionally rational for human agents to adopt a given scientific technology. A technology gives agents means for bringing about states of affairs of some specified sort. If I have an interest in states of affairs of this type, then it is rational for me to make use of this technology. But I may have no such interest, and there will be nothing in the scientific theory on which the technology is based to assert that I ought to have this interest, or that this interest is a rational one for me to have. If the technology deals with matters irrelevant to my concerns, it is not rational for me to adopt it, and the scientific theory on which it is based should be equally become a matter of indifference to me. A critical theory, on the other hand, asserts of itself that it is not a matter of indifference to some group of agents. It doesn't merely give information about how it would be rational for agents to act if they had certain interests. It claims to inform them about what interest it is rational for them to have. The effect of a successful critical theory is supposed to be emancipation and enlightenment. To be more exact, a critical theory has its inherent aim to be the self-consciousness of a successful process of enlightenment and emancipation. Ignoring for the moment the odd clause to the effect that the theory must be the self-consciousness of the process, what is it meant by emancipation and enlightenment? Various texts inform us that emancipation and enlightenment refer to a social transition from an initial state to a final state, which has the following properties. A. The initial state is one both of false consciousness and error, and of unfree existence. B. In the initial state, false consciousness and unfree existence are inherently connected, so agents can be liberated from one only if they are also at the same time freed from the other. C. The unfree existence from which the agents in the initial state suffer is a form of self-imposed coercion. Their false consciousness is a kind of self-delusion. D. The coercion from which the agents suffer is the initial state is one whose power, or objectivity, derives only from the fact that the agents do not realize that it is self-imposed. E. The final state is one in which the agents are free of false consciousness, they have been enlightened, and free of self-imposed coercion, they have been emancipated. Following this schema, I will try to describe in more detail the initial state of being in bondage and delusion, from which the agents are to be freed, and then I will try to describe the process by which they are enlightened and emancipated. Societies which have reached a certain level of organizational complexity, certainly all societies organized as states, have institutional mechanisms for reaching decisions about collective action. People in healthy, well-functioning societies usually accept even those social decisions which manifestly thwart their own immediate perceived wants and preferences, provided they believe that these decisions are legitimate. Footnote. What does it mean to say that agents generally accept decisions? That they march out of the ecclesia whistling the paean? That their level of acquiescence or merely passive resistance is such that normal governmental operations can continue without mobilization of the National Guard? End footnote. Agents will take individual decisions to be legitimate if a. They assume them to be formally or procedurally correct, i.e., if they assume that the basic decision-making institutions have operated in their accustomed way according to their acknowledged rules of procedure to produce this decision. B. They assume that the basic decision-making institutions and the rules under which they operate are legitimate. To say that the members of the society take a basic social institution to be legitimate is to say that they take it to follow from a system of norms they all accept. Agents think that the norm system capable of conferring legitimacy because they accept a set of general beliefs, normative beliefs, and other kinds of beliefs, which are organized into a world picture which they assume all members of the society hold. So social institution is considered legitimate if it can be shown to stand up to right relation to the basic world picture of the group. A social institution or practice can be extremely repressive. It may thwart and frustrate the agents in the pursuit of many of their strongest desires, and still be accepted by the members of the society because they take it to be legitimate, and they take it to be legitimate because of certain normative beliefs deeply embedded in their own world picture. Suppose now that the world picture of a group is ideologically false and is used to legitimize an extremely repressive set of basic social institutions. Suppose further that the reason the agents hold this ideologically false world picture is that they live in a society with these particular coercive social institutions. If the basic social institutions are very coercive, one result will be that the very structure of the communication in the society becomes distorted. But if the basic structure of communication in the society is distorted, the world picture may never come up for free discussion, and hence be immunized from criticism. In this situation, conditions A and B of the scheme are satisfied. The agents are suffering from false consciousness, their world picture is ideologically false, and their existence is unfree. Their basic social institutions are extremely coercive. Further, there is an inherent connection between the false consciousness and the unfree existence. Agents can't be freed from one without being freed from the other. They can't be freed from their coercive social institutions as long as they retain their ideological world picture which legitimizes them, nor can they get rid of their ideological world picture as long as the basic coercive social institutions render it immune to free discussion and criticism. It is also not hard to see in what sense the unfree existence from which the agents suffer is a form of self-imposed coercion. Social institutions are not natural phenomena. They don't just exist of and by themselves. The agents in a society impose coercive institutions on themselves by participating in them, accepting them without protest, etc. Simply in acting in an apparently free way according to the dictates of their world picture, the agents reproduce relations of coercion. In holding their false form of consciousness, their ideological world picture, the agents in a society are deluding themselves. Ideological error isn't a mistake that the agents make for some accidental reason, like a mistake in long division due to the lapse of attention, nor does someone else consciously deceive the agents. The priests haven't formed a conspiracy and succeeded in putting one over on us. In acting, the agents produce their basic social institutions, and it is the normal operation of these social institutions which maintains the world picture. The illusion embodied in the world picture is the result of the agent's own activity reacting on them. Once the agents are in this situation, how can they ever get out of it? In what sense is their world picture ideologically false, and in how can they ever come to realize that it is? How can a transition from this initial state of self-reinforcing bondage and illusion to a final state of enlightenment and emancipation ever take place? The usual answer is that agents are enlightened and emancipated by a critical theory. The critical theory induces self-reflection in the agents. By reflecting, they come to realize that their form of consciousness is ideologically false and that the coercion from which they suffer is self-imposed. But, by D of the schema, once they have realized this, the coercion loses its power and objectivity and the agents are emancipated. What is this self-reflection? What does it do? How does it work? In Habermas's various writings, one can find three kinds of statements about self-reflection. 1. Self-reflection dissolves A. Self-generated objectivity and B. Objective illusion. 2. Self-reflection makes the subject aware of its own genesis or origin. 3. Self-reflection operates by bringing to consciousness unconscious determinants of action or consciousness. So it seems that a critical theory shows agents that their form of consciousness or world picture is ideologically false by making them aware of some unconscious determinants of that form of consciousness. But why should this be sufficient to convince the agents that they are suffering from ideological delusion? Agents don't generally come to think that their beliefs are false if they discover that they have been determined by factors of which they are unaware. Consider the following picture of the human cognitive subject. Human agents don't merely have and acquire beliefs, they also have ways of criticizing and evaluating their own beliefs. Every agent will have a set of epistemic principles, i.e., an at least rudimentary set of second-order beliefs about such things as what kinds of beliefs are acceptable or unacceptable, and how beliefs can be shown to be acceptable or unacceptable. Agents will often share their epistemic principles with the other members of their social group, and, just as agents will have views about what are good and what bad conditions for forming wants and interests, they may have views about what are good and what are bad conditions for forming and acquiring beliefs of various sorts. If they have such views, we will want to count them as belonging to the set of agents' epistemic principles too. In particular, agents may think that some conditions for forming beliefs of a particular kind are not merely unpromising, but positively pernicious, so that any belief which could only have been acquired under those particularly unpropitious conditions is ipso facto unacceptable. With this picture in mind, then, we may call a belief reflectively unacceptable to a group of agents if they would give it up, if they were to reflect on it in the light of information about the conditions under which they would have acquired it. Suppose now that the agents in a society have a set of epistemic principles with the following provision for evaluating those beliefs which are to serve as sources of legitimation in the society. Legitimizing beliefs are acceptable only if they could have been acquired by the agents in a free and uncoerced discussion which all members of the society take part. If the agents have this kind of normative epistemology, ideology-critique can operate. Their world picture is the ultimate source of legitimation in society, however, it would not be found acceptable in free discussion. The agents continue to hold it because their coercive social institutions prevent them from ever subjecting the world picture to free discussion. Ideology critique shows the agents that this world picture is false consciousness by showing them that it is reflectively unacceptable to them, i.e. by showing them that they could have acquired it only under conditions of coercion. It is obvious that the notion of a set of epistemic principles must bear a lot of weight in this argument. But how do we pick out epistemic principles? After all, they must be held merely tacitly, and how do we know when we have described them correctly? Is there always just one well-defined set of epistemic principles that each well-defined human social group? This seems unlikely. How will we know? Will the epistemic principles used by agents simply vary from human group to human group or from epoch to epoch? Or are there some invariant or universal features all such sets of epistemic principles share? Are sets of epistemic principles just historical givens, which it makes no sense even to try to compare or evaluate? Or is there some standard by reference to which we might be able to conclude that one is better than another? For that matter, can just any collection of principles for evaluating and accepting or rejecting beliefs count as a set of epistemic principles? By what right is a principle for evaluating legitimizing beliefs in the society an epistemic principle? The answers given to these questions will have wide-reaching implications for the status of ideology-critique and of the critical theory. The agent's epistemic principles are of central importance for the critical enterprise. The critical theory shows that a form of consciousness or world picture is false by showing that it is reflectively unacceptable to agents given their epistemic principles. Among the proponents of the critical theory, one can find two quite different views about reflection and the standing of epistemic principles. The first of the two views I will associate with Adorno. Adorno was one of the most consistent proponents of a contextualist or historicist approach to reflection in general and to the criticism of ideology in particular. Agents' epistemic principles and their standards of reflective acceptability just vary historically. Our standards of reflective acceptability and the social and cultural ideas in terms of which we criticize societies and ideologies are just part of our tradition and have no absolute foundation or transcendental warrant. For Adorno, we must start from where we happen to be historically and culturally, and from a particular kind of frustration or suffering experienced by human agents in their attempt to realize some historically specific project of the good life. The critical theories were proposed that in the course of the undertaking are extraordinarily fragile historical entities which, even if effective and true, can never lay claim to any absolute standing. They are effective and true only relative to this particular historical situation, and are bound to be superseded. This contextualist view of Adorno's fits in well with the strongly held Frankfurt view that a critical theory is directed at, or addressed to, a particular group of human agents and contributes in a special way to their self-knowledge. A critical theory helps the members of the group to self-knowledge by making explicit for them the epistemic principles they already use, but of which they are not fully perhaps aware, and by giving them knowledge of the implications of these epistemic principles for the rest of their beliefs, i.e. a critical theory gives them knowledge of what changes would result if they were to apply the standards of rationality they tacitly accept in a consistent and thoroughgoing way to the whole body of their beliefs. A critical theory is addressed to the members of this particular social group in the sense that it describes their epistemic principles and their ideal of what a good life and demonstrates that some belief they hold is reflectively unacceptable for agents who hold their epistemic principles and a source of frustration for agents who are trying to realize this particular kind of good life. In general, then, a critical theory specifies for these agents how they would have to modify their beliefs to attain their ideal of a rational, satisfying existence. The second of the two views on reflection is to be found among the members of the Frankfurt School, is one I will associate with the later Habermas. In some of his earliest essays, Habermas follows Adorno and holds a contextualist view of reflection. Then, sometime in the mid-1960s, he seemed to have been frightened by the specter of relativism and retreated to a kind of transcendentalism. Footnote: for Habermas's early position, vide Theory and Praxis, 303f, and also footnote 25, page 306, added in the second edition, in which Habermas withdraws the claim from the main text. This essay is not included in the English translation. When Habermas claims in Der Positivismus in der Deutschen 254 that critique cannot be defined, I take this as a sign of contextualism. The theory of the ideal speech situation he develops in his later transcendentalist mood is precisely an attempt to define critique. The single most important document in this context is Habermas's paper on Adorno, Prehistory of Subjectivity and Wild Self-Assertion. End footnote. The assumption on which the whole critical enterprise rests is that agents to whom the critical theory is addressed are ideologically deluded, i.e. that they are suffering from false consciousness. The way in which they are able to be freed from this false consciousness is by being brought to realize that the parts of their form of consciousness are reflectively unacceptable. The argument for reflective unacceptability, however, depends on an appeal to the agent's epistemic principles. But if the agent's epistemic principles are themselves just a part of their traditional form of consciousness, how can we know that they are not themselves ideologically distorted? The more deeply seated the agent's false consciousness, the more they need emancipation. But also, the more likely it is that their epistemic principles will be part of their problem and not part of a solution. Thus, according to Habermas, a part of the form of consciousness is reflectively unacceptable if it could not have been acquired by the agents except under conditions of coercion. But if the society in which they live is extraordinarily coercive and their form of consciousness very distorted, why should we assume that their beliefs about what count as conditions of coercion will remain immune from ideological distortion? But if the agents have radically wrong views about what counts as coercion and what as freedom or autonomy, then to throw out all the parts of their form of consciousness which they could only have acquired under what they take to be coercion may well result in driving them yet deeper into delusion. The contextualist response to the considerations of the previous paragraph is that if there is a problem here, it is a problem with life and not with a problem with the critical theory. Critical theory is committed to the principle of internal criticism. Just as a critical theory is supposed to contribute to the agent's self-knowledge, so the proponents of the critical theory recognize as valid criticism only what could in principle be part of the self-criticism of the agents to whom it is addressed. If the proponents of a critical theory wish to enlighten and emancipate a group of agents, they must find in the experience, form of consciousness, and belief of those agents the means of emancipation and enlightenment. If we can't find the appropriate experiences of suffering and frustration and the appropriate principles of reflective acceptability in the life and form of consciousness of those agents, ideology critique cannot begin, and we have no right to call the agents deluded. We may be quite revolted by their mode of life, but we have no a priori or transcendental guarantee that either they or we will ultimately turn out to have been deluded, and that in their case, or in our case, ideology critique will have had room to operate. Habermas rejects this contextualist view. He thinks that he can give something like a transcendental argument to the conclusion that all agents must agree in finding reflectively unacceptable any part of their form of consciousness which could only have been acquired under conditions of coercion. He further thinks that he can show that all agents have a tacit commitment to the same views about what conditions are coercive. The starting point of Habermas's transcendental argument is a set of views about language use and its preconditions. To be a human agent, he argues, is to participate at least potentially in a speech community, and to be something we can recognize as a human agent means to participate at least potentially in our speech community. But no agent can even potentially be a member of a speech community who cannot recognize the difference between the true and false statements in some general way, or who doesn't in some way know what it means for a statement to be true. But what it means for a statement to be true is that it would be the one on which all agents would agree if they were to discuss all of the human experience in absolutely free and uncoerced circumstances for an indefinite period of time. So anyone we recognize as a human agent will thereby stand committed to agreeing with us on what to count as conditions of free and uncoerced discussion, and hence must in some way share our views on what the conditions of freedom and what conditions of coercion. Habermas uses the term ideal speech situation to refer to a situation of absolutely uncoerced and unlimited discussion between completely free and equal human agents. The ideal speech situation will serve Habermas as a transcendental criterion of truth, freedom, and rationality. Beliefs agents would agree on in the ideal speech situation are ipso facto true beliefs, preferences they would all agree on are rational preferences, interests they would agree are the real interests. The agents are free if their real situation is one which satisfies the conditions of the ideal speech situation. Habermas claims that all human agents in every action they perform, and in particular in every speech act, must presuppose the ideal speech situation or assume it counterfactually, that is, they must act as if their present situation was ideal, although they can never know that it is and will generally have reason to believe that it is not. In Habermas's technical jargon, agents are said to anticipate the ideal speech situation whenever they act, that is, in acting they are said to commit themselves to using acceptability in the ideal speech situation as the criterion of truth for proposition and of moral acceptability for norms. This means, in particular, that agents are committed to the accepting as valid any criticism of their action which shows that action to be based on norms which would not be freely agreed on in the ideal speech situation. Agents obviously couldn't use acceptability in the ideal speech situation as a criterion of truth if they didn't know what an ideal speech situation was and couldn't tell at all what features of an ideal speech situation would have. So every human agent must have an innate capacity to construct the ideal speech situation, i.e., given the proper conditions and perhaps proper guidance and prompting, any agent should be able to recognize what features an ideal speech situation would have. Even if one grants that to be a human agent implies to be able to make some distinction between true and false, it doesn't follow from that to be a human agent, one must hold Habermas's consensus theory of truth, i.e., the view that truth consists in consensus in the ideal speech situation. I find it quite hard to burden pre-dynastic Egyptians, 9th century French serfs, and early 20th Yanomamo tribesmen with the view that they are acting correctly if their action is based on a norm on which there would be universal consensus in an ideal speech situation. The notion that social institutions should be based on the free consent of those affected is a rather recent Western invention, but one which is now widely held. The notions that an action is morally acceptable or a belief true if they would be the object of universal consensus under ideal conditions is an even more recent invention, held perhaps by a couple of professional philosophers in Germany and the United States. Appeal to the example of Chomsky here seems to me quite misguided. Not all speakers of a language are aware of or could formulate a correct generative grammar of that language, but tacit knowledge of the rules of the generative grammar is posited to explain agents' institutions of grammaticality. We have grounds for attributing the knowledge of this grammar to the agents if the grammar correctly predicts which statements the agents will accept as grammatical and which they reject as ungrammatical. The point is not that pre-dynastic Egyptians couldn't formulate the consensus theory of truth, but that we have no reason to think that they had any inclination to accept as legitimate only those social institutions on which they thought would be universally consensus in ideal conditions. Furthermore, is it really plausible to think that we and they would agree on what counts as coercion and what counts as freedom? Habermas seems to be engaged in giving a transcendental deduction of a series of non-facts. Habermas's contextualist opponents are, of course, free to adopt practically the whole of his substantive analysis as long as they reject the transcendentalist underpinnings. To be sure, our real interests are ones which we would form in conditions of complete freedom of discussion, and any beliefs we could have acquired only under conditions of coercion we will find unacceptable, but these are just facts about us and our forms of consciousness, just complex results of our particular history and traditions, and of no transcendental standing. Habermas shows a sporadic awareness of some of the problems in his occasional remarks about the history of forms of social legitimation. He seems to distinguish several historical stages. A. An archaic stage in which agents use particular myths to give a narrative account of their social world and institutions. A traditional stage in which agents use unified mythic, religious, or metaphysical world pictures or views about reality as a whole to legitimize their social institutions. Although these world pictures are not just sequences of narratives, but are argumentatively structured, they aren't themselves ever called into question and needn't ever prove their own validity as sources of legitimation. C. A modern stage characterized by the appearance of ideologies in the narrow sense. These ideologies claim to be scientific, i.e. to be able to give a full argumentative account of themselves and legitimate the social order by appeal to universal norms and principles, universalizable interests, and interpretations of the good life. D. Purportedly post-ideological forms of social legitimation which claim to justify the social order by exclusive reference to its technical efficiency and which reject any appeal to moral principles, norms, or ideals of the good life as ideological in the pejorative sense. If one looks closely at the characteristics implicitly attributed to agents in archaic societies, they don't yet even claim to give arguments for their social arrangements, they are satisfied with particular narratives, they don't yet even conceive of universal moral principles, they follow their clan morality, etc., it is hard to see how we can reasonably hold them to be committed to the principle that social institutions are legitimate if they would be freely accepted by all agents in an ideal speech situation. These disagreements about the epistemic status and ultimate grounds of the critical theory need not directly affect the actual practice of ideology critique. Both parties to the disagreement, both the contextualist and the transcendentalist, can agree that ideology critique has a function to perform in situations in which a repressive social practice or institution is considered legitimate by very agents whose wants and preferences it frustrates because those agents hold some world picture or a set of normative beliefs which they would have acquired only under conditions of coercion. In such a situation, then, a critical theory criticizes a set of beliefs or world picture as ideological by showing a. that the agents in the society have a set of epistemic principles which contains a provision to the effect that beliefs which are to be sources of legitimation in the society are acceptable only if they could have been acquired by the agents under conditions of free and uncoerced discussion, b. that the only reasons the agents accept a particular repressive social institution is that they think this institution is legitimized by a set of beliefs embedded in their world picture, c. that those beliefs could have been acquired by the agents only under conditions of coercion. From this it follows immediately that their beliefs in question are reflectively unacceptable to the agents, and that the repressive social institution these beliefs legitimize is not legitimate. Transcendentalists and contextualists can agree on this model. Contextualists will claim that A is an integral part of each critical theory, that A holds is not something that we can automatically presuppose, but something that we must establish for each group to which a critical theory must be addressed. Transcendentalists think that we know a priori that any human group will satisfy A, but they may still agree that it is important to formulate A separately in each critical theory, because although we may know that any group of agents will have epistemic principles which satisfy A, they might not initially know this, and part of the task of the critical theory may be precisely to make them aware of this. Chapter 1 left open the question of the relation between the three approaches to ideology, the epistemic, the functional, and the genetic approaches. For Habermas, ideology is fundamentally false consciousness. The epistemic dimension is the basic one, but the falsity in question is reflective unacceptability, and to say that a form of consciousness that is reflectively unacceptable is to ascribe to it a genetic property, that it could only have been acquired under conditions of coercion. An ideological form of consciousness requires ignorance of or false belief about its own origins or genesis, in the sense that, given their epistemic principles, agents would not continue to cling to that form of consciousness if they knew something about its genesis, namely if they knew that they could not have arisen in conditions of free discussion. The functional approach to ideology would then seem to be altogether secondary for Habermas. To be sure, a form of consciousness can't be ideological unless it thwarts some human desires, wants, or preferences. It is also true that if a form of consciousness is ideological, that means that it will legitimate and stabilize Herrschaft, surplus repression, etc. But what makes the form of consciousness an ideology is that it provides false legitimation, i.e. that it makes the agents accept as legitimate what if they were perfectly free and completely knowledgeable, they would not accept as legitimate. So that an ideological form of consciousness will legitimate Herrschaft seems derivative from the fact that a form of consciousness formed in the ideal speech situation would not be one in which would legitimate Herrschaft. Still, Habermas obviously thinks that this is not just an accidental or contingent fact about human beings, that they won't freely and knowingly accept surplus repression, unnecessary inequality, etc. Footnote. I've been assuming that this is a fact that agents won't freely agree to unnecessary inequality. But see Introduction to Dermont. End footnote. He obviously thinks that it is a mandate of reason itself that rational agents not gratuitously destroy the necessary conditions for the development and exercise of their own rationality, but to accept surplus repression or unnecessary inequality is to accept gratuitous obstacles to the realization of the ideal speech situation. The ideal speech situation, however, is just the ideal condition for the development and exercise of human rationality. We can predict a priori that rational human agents won't freely and knowingly set up their society so as to prevent themselves from being as rational as possible. A critical theory was supposed to induce self-reflection and thereby produce enlightenment and emancipation. We may now in a position to be clearly to see how this happens. Self-reflection, the reader will recall, a. dissolves pseudo-objectivity and objective illusion, b. makes the subject aware of its own origin, c. brings to awareness unconscious determinants of consciousness and behavior. By inducing each such self-reflection, the critical theory was to bring the agents to realize that the coercion from which they suffer is self-imposed, thereby dissolving the power or objectivity of that coercion and bringing them to a state of greater freedom and knowledge of their true interests. A critical theory brings to the agent's awareness unconscious determinants of their consciousness and behavior, and that it points out to them that their own coercive social institutions are determining them by distorting the communication structure in the society to cling to their ideological world picture. In the initial state, the agents falsely think that they are acting freely and accepting the world picture and acting on it. The critical theory shows them that this is not the case by pointing out which social determinants of their consciousness and action of which they were not aware. In just this way, too, a critical theory makes the subject in the society aware of their own origin. To enlighten subjects about their own genesis or origin is to just explain to them how they became subjects they are with the beliefs, attitudes, norms, etc. they have. The critical theory shows them that under what conditions, in what context, they acquired these beliefs, attitudes, and norms, and how they came to hold their basic world picture, that is, how they came into being as social subjects. That leaves the claim that a critical theory, by inducing self-reflection, dissolves pseudo-objectivities and objective illusion. What can that mean? To say that X is an instance of objective illusion means both a. X appears to be objective but isn't, i.e. X is a pseudo-objectivity, b. That X appears to be objective although it isn't, is itself an objective fact. If X isn't objective, although it appears to be, then presumably it is subjective. Agents who take their own subjective activity or the results of that activity to be a foreign, independently existing, natural or objective phenomenon are making an objectification mistake. To take a pseudo-objectivity to be what it appears to be is just to make an objectification mistake. Some objectification mistakes might just be random or accidental errors agents make for any variety of reasons, but objectification mistakes might also be rooted in the way the society operates. That is, it might not be just an accident that agents in this society tend to make this particular objectification mistake. In particular, the society might be so arranged as to ensure that almost all the agents make a popular objectification mistake because it is necessary for social reproduction that most of the agents in the society make it. To say it is in this sense that the particular appearance is objective is to say that it isn't just an accident that things appear the way in the society. That things appear that way is a result of the normal operation of the basic social institutions and is perhaps even required for these institutions to operate and reproduce themselves. That a society is shot through with objective illusion means that the agents in acting produce a realm of objects which they don't recognize as the result of their own activity, and it is an objective necessity, if the society is to reproduce itself, that most of the agents in it make this mistake. But what could such a realm of apparent objects, which are really, however, the result of agents' activity, be? One might first think of social practices and institutions. Thus, various Marxists have criticized bourgeois economists and social theorists for making an objectification mistake and taking particular arrangements of capitalist society which result from a particular kind and form of human activity to be an invariant, unchangeable natural fact, or results from the operation of objective laws of nature. But note that this is most emphatically not the kind of thing that happens in the cases of ideological delusion we have been considering. The basic assumption of the whole discussion of ideology in this chapter has been that the ideological form of consciousness is one which legitimizes the social practice or institution. Now a social arrangement which is mistaken for natural phenomena or a purely objective fact doesn't require or indeed even admit of legitimization. I don't look for legitimizing arguments for hurricanes, floods, or other natural occurrences. I only require legitimation for such things as I see to be in my power to change by my action. So it can't be that a critical theory, by initiating self-reflection, brings the agents in the society to realize that the repressive social institutions from which they suffer are not just objective facts, but are in their powers to change. The fact that they demand legitimating arguments for these institutions indicates that they know that. So what is it that the agents objectify and what about which they make objectification mistakes? Recall Habermas's general account of objectivity. If an unrestricted community of rational agents investigates a state of affairs under conditions of complete freedom and eventually reaches a stable consensus, the judgment which expresses that consensus is the objective truth about the state of affairs. Natural phenomena, facts of nature, then, are objective because there is an objective truth about them, i.e. there is a judgment which expresses the consensus a group of rational agents will form if it were to investigate the phenomena under conditions of complete freedom. Consider, then, such a group when it has reached a stable consensus. One can give two apparently contradictory descriptions of the agents in it. Their form of consciousness is autonomous, i.e. the agents formed it in conditions of complete freedom. On the other hand, there is an opinion or judgment on which they are destined to agree. It isn't as if they had a real choice about what opinion they will finally form, provided they wish to remain rational. The only coercion to which they are subject is what Habermas calls the peculiar compulsion of the better argument, but this can be described as a kind of coercion nonetheless. An ideological world picture is an objective illusion in the sense that it falsely claims and appears to have exactly the structure described above, that is, it falsely claims that is the world picture fully rationally agents would find themselves compelled to adopt by the force of the better argument if they were to engage in unrestricted discussion under ideal conditions. Furthermore, this appearance is objective in that it is necessary, if the society is to reproduce itself, that at least most of the members think the basic social institutions are legitimate, and this will be the case only if most of them accept the claim that world picture makes to objective validity its appearance at face value. The self-generated pseudo-objectivities self-reflection is to dissolve are such things as natural rights, natural law, the essence of man, the commodity form, human nature, etc. That is, they are the things about which the world picture purports to make objectively valid statements. By showing the agents in the society that they would not accept their world picture freely if they were to discuss it under ideal conditions, the critical theory dissolves objective illusion, i.e. it refutes the claim of the world picture to be objectively valid. If the statements purporting to describe them are shown to have no standing as objective knowledge, i.e. they are shown to be statements to which rational agents under ideal conditions would not agree, the pseudo-objects which form part of the content of the ideological form of consciousness are dissolved, too. If all discourse about natural rights is a mere expression of the preferences of some particular social class, natural rights are objects only of wishful thinking. Finally, by making the agents realize that the coercion from which they suffer is self-imposed, the critical theory was to break the power or objectivity of that coercion, producing emancipation and enlightenment. If their situation satisfied the formidable array of conditions which define an initial state of ideological delusion, agents can clearly be enlightened by the self-reflection a critical theory sets off. If the initial state, their wants and desires were seriously frustrated by a social institution they thought they had an interest in maintaining, reflection shows them that this is a mistake and that they actually have a real interest in abolishing this social institution in question, which not only frustrates perfectly legitimate wants and preferences, but prevents free communication and discussion. Even if the agents in the society were enlightened in this way, they may be less than fully emancipated. We have been assuming that the only reason the agents accept the repressive social institution is that it legitimizes their ideological world picture. When they see that this world picture is false, they realize that the social institution is merely repressive and unacceptable, but this does not mean that their repressive social institution will immediately and automatically disappear. Powerful social forces may keep the practice or institution in existence despite the fact that increasing numbers of agents realize that it is not legitimate. In fact, repressive social institutions will be kept in existence not merely by a kind of social inertia, but because they foster and promote the real and perceived interest of some particular social group. That group will have every reason to resist the abolition of the institution. The discussion up to now has ignored one important aspect of the situation in which ideology-critique becomes necessary. It is the situation of a society split into groups with conflicting interests. An ideology is not a form of consciousness which merely legitimizes repression, but one which legitimizes unequal distribution of normative power. Ideologies arise only in conditions in which unequal distribution of surplus must be legitimized. The distribution of normative power is unequal means that more is distributed to some group A than to some other group B. If the social institutions distribute more normative power to A than to B, it will in general be in A's true or real interest to retain that normative power its members wield. B will be in the group to which the critical theory is addressed. This explains Habermas's claim that an ideology is an apparently autonomous form of consciousness, which is, however, in fact, bound to some particular interest. Suppose that a social institution represses members of group B by distributing more normative power to members of A than to members of B. An ideology which legitimizes this institution will have the familiar form. It will claim to be autonomous, but will actually be a form of consciousness the agents could have acquired only under conditions of coercion. The unconscious coercive determinant of the form of consciousness in this case is, ultimately, precisely the social institution which distributes more normative power to members of Group A than to members of Group B. This form of consciousness is thus bound to some particular interest, and that it both arises from and legitimizes a situation which is repressive, but in which the repression works to Group A's particular advantage. One way in which ideology-critique differs from other major kind of critical theory, psychoanalysis, is that in cases of neurosis there is often no other agent who benefits from the mystification and repression, and thus who has an interest in its continuance. Neurotic repression is self-imposed in a very strong sense. The struggle to overcome it is a struggle with oneself, not with an external, physical, or social reality, and success consists not so much in accomplishing changes in the world as in finding a satisfactory reorganization of attitudes, habits, feelings, and desires. Self-knowledge leads in a natural way to freedom from self-imposed coercion, and freedom from self-imposed coercion means reduction in the level of frustration. This will not necessarily be so in cases of ideological coercion. Ideological coercion is self-imposed. By acting in the way they do, agents constitute it, but the objective power it has over them is not just a power which will be automatically dissolved by critical reflection. In acting in their diluted way, the agents have produced a complex of social institutions which cannot now be abolished merely by changes in the agent's beliefs, by the dawning recognition of where their true interests lie. To abolish an established social institution which is deeply rooted in the interest of some social class will in general require more than a change in the form of consciousness of the oppressed. It will require a long course of political action. Until that course of action has been brought to a successful completion, the institution will continue to exist and exert its baleful influence on even enlightened agents, restricting their freedom and frustrating their desires. The self-imposed coercion, whose power and objectivity reflection can break, is the compulsion to believe in the legitimacy of the repressive social institutions. Given Habermas's views about the connection between freedom and discussion and legitimacy, it is true that this coercion, the coercion to believe, can be effective only for as long as the agents are unaware of its existence or mistake its nature, mistake it for the compulsion of the better argument. By accepting the legitimacy of the repressive social institution, the agents have been cooperating in their own frustration. Although reflection alone can't do away with the real social oppression, it can free the agents from unconscious complicity in thwarting their own legitimate desires. Delegitimization of oppression may be a necessary precondition of the political action which could bring any real liberation. So, in cases of ideological delusion, enlightenment does not automatically bring emancipation in the sense of freedom from the external coercion exercised by social institutions, much less decrease suffering and frustration. If anything, enlightenment is likely to make awareness of frustration rise. Although enlightened agents in a repressive society may know enough to reject their basic social institutions, they may not know much more than that about where their true interests lie. They may not trust themselves to predict what interest they would form in a liberated society. So the process of enlightenment itself may be incomplete until the agents are emancipated not only from complicity in their own oppression, but from the unfree social existence they now lead. Section 2. Confirmation. If a critical theory is to be cognitive and give us knowledge, it must be the kind of thing that can be true or false, and we would like to know under what conditions it would be falsified and under what conditions confirmed. A critical theory is a very complicated conceptual object. It is addressed to a particular group of agents in a particular society and aims at being their self-consciousness in a process of successful emancipation and enlightenment. A process of emancipation and enlightenment is a transition from an initial state of bondage, delusion, and frustration to a final state of freedom, knowledge, and satisfaction. A typical critical theory, then, will be composed of three main constituent parts. A part which shows that a transition from the present state of society, the initial state of the process of emancipation, to some proposed final state is objectively or theoretically possible, i.e. which shows 1. That the proposed final state is inherently possible, i.e. that given the present level of development of the forces of production, it is possible for society to function and reproduce itself in this proposed state. 2. That it is possible to transform the present state into the proposed final state by means of specified institutional or other changes. B. A part which shows that the transition from the present state to the proposed final state is practically necessary, i.e. that 1. The present state is one of reflectively unacceptable frustration, bondage, illusion, i.e. A. The present social arrangements cause pain, suffering, and frustration. B. The agents in the society only accept the present arrangements and the suffering they entail because they hold a particular world picture. C. That world picture is not reflectively acceptable to the agents, i.e. it is one they acquired only because they were in conditions of coercion. 2. The proposed final state will be one which will lack the illusions and unnecessary coercion and frustration of the present state. The proposed final state will be one in which it will be easier for the agents to realize their true interests. C. A part which asserts that the transition from the present state to the proposed final state can come about only if the agents adopt the critical theory as their self-consciousness and act on it. If one thinks of this abstract scheme is filled in with a particular content, with Marxism, for instance, then the initial state is the present capitalist mode of production, and the proposed final state is the classless society. Without Part A, the critical theory of society would be no more than another utopian fantasy, a dream of an ideal state of which we could say neither whether it was possible nor how it might be realized. Part A is the part of the critical theory most like empirical social science. Footnote. The critical version of Marxism is supposed to be an empirically verifiable historical philosophy. End footnote. There are no special epistemological problems involved in determining what would count as confirmation of the claim that a classless society could reproduce itself and what would count as a disconfirmation. Although it is important to avoid utopianism, it is at least equally important to avoid scientism, the view that all knowledge of society is scientific knowledge. The members of the Frankfurt School take it as important distinguishing feature of their critical version of Marxism and a sign of its superiority over more orthodox versions that they do not categorically predict the inevitable coming of the classless society. Marxism as a theory of society claims to give knowledge of the necessity of a transformation in the present social order into a classless society. The members of the Frankfurt School wish to gloss the necessity in question as what they call practical necessity. That is, the Marxist knows that the agents in the society have an overwhelming real interest in bringing about a classless society. The orthodox Marxist, however, is committed to scientism, and so does not admit the possibility of knowledge of practical necessity. So if the coming of the classless society is necessary, that must mean that it can be predicted theoretically as inevitable. From the fact, however, that the agents have an overwhelming practical interest in bringing about an objectively possible transformation, it does not follow that the transformation is inevitable. Whether or not it will occur depends on all kinds of other facts which the theory may not allow us to predict. In particular, it depends on whether large numbers of agents find the critical theory plausible, adopt it, and act on it effectively. Sometimes the members of the Frankfurt School seem almost to be suggesting that one couldn't possibly predict the free decisions of large numbers of agents. It is perhaps more charitable to take them as asserting that no matter how strong our grounds for predicting that agents will adopt the critical theory, that decision is not inevitable, or as emphasizing that the real point of the critical theory is not to make categorical predictions, but to enlighten agents about how they ought rationally to act to realize their own best interests. Part B and C, then, are the distinctive features of the critical theory. Obviously, it is a necessary condition of acceptability that Part B of a critical theory contains no simple factual errors. If the critical theory asserts that the agents in the society are communicating under coercion because 85% of the newspapers, magazines, and radio stations in the country are owned by one large company, which uses them to disseminate views conducive to the interest of some particular social group, it must be the case that one company owns 85% of the newspapers, magazines, and radio stations in one country. Yet Part B of the critical theory is not easy to assimilate to the empiricist model. This world picture is reflectively unacceptable to these agents implies, as we know, these agents would not have acquired this world picture in conditions of freedom. The critical theory depends crucially on a theory of freedom and coercion. Where does such a theory come from, and what is its status? The critical theory claims to derive its views on freedom and coercion from the agents to whom it is addressed. That is, it claims to be its embedded theory of freedom and coercion is merely a clearer formulation of views implicit in the action and form of consciousness of the agents to whom it is addressed. This is yet another instance of the principle of internal criticism. The agents themselves must be the final judges of whether or not they are being coerced and whether or not they are free. To say that agents themselves must be the final judges of their own freedom and coercion is, however, most decidedly not to say that their own immediate judgments about conditions of freedom or coercion are definitive. If this were the case, ideology-critique would be superfluous. The point of a theory of ideology is that agents are sometimes suffering from a coercion of which they are not immediately aware. The agents are the final judges of their own freedom or coercion only in that there is no appeal to the perfectly free, fully informed, and theoretically considered judgment. A critical theory, then, is not acceptable unless it is empirically adequate and unless it enjoys the free assent of the agents to whom it is addressed, i.e. unless the agents to whom it is addressed agree, after thorough consideration in its conditions of perfect information and full freedom, to the views about freedom and coercion expressed within it. What are the conditions of perfect information and full freedom in which agents expressed assent or dissent is real, i.e. free assent or dissent? The critical theory itself, of course, contains full and clear specifications of what count as conditions of perfect information and complete freedom, but to use these specifications as this point would seem to involve a circularity. If I don't from the start agree that conditions C are conditions of freedom, I may be unimpressed by the fact, if it is a fact, that if I were to be in condition C, then I would then agree that they are conditions of freedom. If an critical theorist asserted that I were to live my whole life in conditions like those in which the lived, I would realize that there were conditions of freedom. I might well agree, but this would in no way suggest to me that the views about freedom I would form in those conditions are the right ones. At the beginning of the chapter, I reported the Frankfurt claim that critical theories differ from scientific theories in basic cognitive structure and in mode of confirmation. Scientific theories are cognitively accessible if they are empirically accurate and they are confirmed by observation and experiment. Critical theories are acceptable if they are empirically accurate and if their objects, the agents to whom they are addressed, would freely agree to them. A critical theory addressed to the proletariat is confirmed if its description of the objective situation of the proletariat in society is confirmed by normal observational means, and if the members of the proletariat freely assent to the theory, in particular to the views about freedom and coercion expressed in the theory. For the most scientific theories, the questions of whether or not the objects of research would freely assent to the theory doesn't even arise. Planets, genes, microscopic particles, etc. can't assent or dissent. A critical theory is structurally different from a scientific theory in that it is a reflective and not objectifying theory. That is, it is not just a theory about some objects different from itself, it is also a theory about social theories, how they arise, how they can be applied, and the conditions under which they are acceptable. The central part of a critical theory is the criterion of acceptability for beliefs it presents. To be sure, the critical theory presents this criterion as one it found the agents to whom the theory is addressed already using, but the critical theory does not merely describe this criterion non-committally, it uses it as true, or at least as the best approximation available. The critical theory doesn't just assert that the poor benign creature to whom it is addressed would, given their bizarre epistemic principles, find this particular ideological world picture unacceptable. It also asserts that it is unacceptable. The agents would find it unacceptable, and they would be right. The critical theory must itself be accessible by the criterion it extracts from the agent's behavior and form of consciousness and uses to undermine their ideological world picture. The critical theory does not, then, like objectifying theories, purport merely to give information about society, its members, and their form of consciousness. It also purports to provide the criterion by which to evaluate whether or not the critical theory itself and the information it provides are acceptable. There would seem, then, to be no neutral way to evaluate the critical theory. If one uses the criterion of acceptability it provides, it won't be at all surprising that the critical theory qualifies as acceptable, but to use any other criterion seems to build rejection of the critical theory into the test conditions. Certainly, a critical theory must at least satisfy its own standard of acceptability, i.e. it must be true that if the agents to whom the theory is addressed were to consider the matter in circumstances the theory defines as conditions of perfect freedom, they would assent to the views about freedom and coercion embodied in the theory. The criterion of free assent applies not only to the central epistemological apparatuses of the critical theory, but to other parts of it as well. Up to now, we have been making an assumption, which has simplified the argument, but which now must be investigated more closely. It has been assumed that the agents to whom the critical theory will be addressed both know what they are suffering pain and frustration and know the source of that frustration. They know which social institution is repressing them, but accept that repression and that institution because of the world picture they have adopted. The critical theory has its origin in the experience of pain and repression. The experience of pain and frustration is what gives the agents addressed motivation to consider the critical theory and to act on it to change their social arrangements. I will call the situation in which the agents both know that they are frustrated and know the institutional cause of their frustration the standard situation. Of course, it is possible to experience suffering and frustration without knowing the ultimate cause of one's frustration, especially if the cause is some large-scale social institution like private property or the state. Agents in this situation may still be ideologically deluded. Indeed, one might wish to claim that they are even more deeply deluded than the agents in the standard situation because they cannot even correctly locate the source of their frustration, and may have their experienced pain a strong motivation to adopt and act on the critical theory. In this case, the critical theory will have to include explicitly in Part B an argument designed to show the agents what particular social institution or arrangement is the source of their suffering. Similarly, if the agents have a false theory, rather than no beliefs at all, about the cause of their suffering, e.g. if they think that it is a punishment from God, or part of the unavoidable suffering which is the lot of all humans, the critical theory must first disabuse them of this false theory before proceeding to emancipate them. Neither in the case in which the agents have no beliefs, nor in the case in which they have false beliefs, is a real extension of the critical theory necessary. The critical theory is committed to the existence of an appropriate causal relation between some social institution and the agent suffering in any case, and the only question is whether or not it is worthwhile including a statement of this relation in the critical theory as presented to the agents to be emancipated. If they already know what the relation holds, they don't need to be told what it does. But even in the standard case, the critical theory is falsified if it turns out that it designated, either explicitly or implicitly, the wrong social institution as the source of the agent's suffering. Finally, some members of the Frankfurt School countenance even deeper kinds of ideological delusion than the ones already treated. Marcuse and Adorno, in particular, think that modern industrial societies can exercise such extensive control over even the inner life of their members as to prevent them from being fully aware of the fact that they are frustrated and miserable. Agents in such societies are deprived even of a full and immediate experience of their unhappiness. Suppose that the society is so powerful that it can prevent agents from recognizing and expressing some wishes and desires they have. It is likely, then, that frustration of these desires will not be something which is ever allowed to come to full consciousness. Clear recognition of the frustration might lead to recognition of the inadmissible unconscious desire. The result will be vague malaise, free-floating dissatisfaction, irrational behavior patterns, etc. In short, a situation of frustration and unhappiness which is not recognized for what it is. In this situation, the first task of a critical theory would be to make the agents aware of some of their unconscious desires were being frustrated. Proponents of the critical theory attribute these unconscious desires to the agents on the basis of the agent's overt behavior. The most obvious way to try to convince the members of the society that some of their unconscious desires are being frustrated is to present them with this evidence drawn from their own behavior. Since the principle of free assent applies to this part of the critical theory too, the agents to whom the critical theory is addressed must freely recognize the unconscious desires attributed to them as their own, and must freely agree that they are unhappy and frustrated. Only when the agents have agreed that they are unhappy can the critical theory proceed to reveal the source of their suffering in social institutions which falsely lay claim to legitimacy. Suppose, however, that the agents in the society really are fully satisfied with their lives and show no behavioral signs of hidden frustration. Perhaps their social institutions are so powerful and effective they can completely prevent the members of the society from forming, even unconsciously, desires which cannot be satisfied within the present institutional framework. Is this an appropriate initial state of bondage and delusion from which the agents must be emancipated? Often the situations of ideological delusion Marcuse describes seem to be not so much ones in which the agents have unconscious, unfulfilled desires, in which they are unhappy or frustrated, as ones in which they lead shallow or uninteresting lives, or have a low level of aspirations. If the agents sincerely report themselves to be satisfied with their lives, and if we have no behavioral evidence for hidden frustration, by what standard can we adjudge these lives poor or shallow, and the agents in need of enlightenment? The answer is that we can extract from the cultural tradition standards of what the good life is. These views can be found expressed in certain works of art and in religious and metaphysical doctrines, or can be derived from particular aesthetic or religious experiences. To a large extent, these images of the good life are utopian. They describe states of affairs which could not exist. There is no New Jerusalem, but agents can be quite happy although they don't have to live there. In fact, they may be quite reasonably prefer not to live in New Jerusalem of their tradition. Certainly the fact that they are not pining away after it does not, if their lives are otherwise satisfactory, seem serious grounds for criticizing them or thinking them in need of enlightenment. In some societies, there may be a presumption that as much as the utopian content of its tradition can be realized, is realized. If this presumption exists, the critical theory might enlighten the agents about how much more of the utopian content of their tradition they could realize than they do. This approach to ideology-kritik from the utopian content of the cultural tradition may seem to be a rather elitist enterprise. Society is criticized not because of the experienced suffering it imposes on some oppressed group, but because it appears to fail to satisfy the neurasthenic sensibilities of a cultural elite. This approach to ideology-kritik from the utopian content of the cultural tradition may seem to be a rather elitist enterprise. Society is criticized not because of the experienced suffering it imposes on some oppressed group, but because it appears to fail to satisfy the neurasthenic sensibilities of a cultural elite. To be sure, things are horrible, and we have been prevented from realizing that they needn't be quite so horrible. Probably yields stronger motives for action than things are fine, and we have been prevented from realizing how much better they could be, but there is no inherent reason for this approach to be elitist. The agents in the society may be perfectly content, but if they were realized in some unperceived coercion, they might come to realize that their mode of existence is lacking in dignity or self-directedness, does not provide satisfactory aesthetic experiences, etc. Any agent might be quite capable of realizing this and of developing the appropriate new desires. So we have considered 4 quite different initial states. 1. Agents are suffering and know what social institution or arrangement is the cause. 2. Agents know that they are suffering, but either don't know what the cause is or have a false theory about the cause. 3. Agents are apparently content, but analysis of their behavior shows them to be suffering from hidden frustration of which they are not aware. 4. Agents are actually content, but only because they have been prevented from developing certain desires which in the normal course of things they would have developed and which cannot be satisfied within the framework of the present social order. Habermas has 2 slightly different descriptions of the effect of a critical theory. A. The critical theory aims at reduction of identifiable suffering. B. The critical theory initiates a process of self-enlightenment of socialized individuals about what they would want if they knew what they could want. A fits 1 and 2 and can be stretched to encompass 3, but not 4. B, on the other hand, fits case 4 quite well, but not case 1. In case 1, the agent's problem is not that they don't know what they could want, they know that what they want is an abatement of suffering. What they don't know is rather that they could act so as to alleviate their suffering in a way which is legitimate, rational, and compatible with the pursuit of their interests. Still, B expresses, albeit in an obscure and inadequate way, the important fact that what is basic in all cases of ideological delusion is that the agent's form of consciousness is artificially limited, i.e. that they suffer from restrictions on what they can perceive as real possibilities for themselves. Agents in case 4 have a restricted perception of their possibilities and that they cannot even conceive of having certain desires which under normal conditions they would have developed. Agents in case 1 have restricted possibilities because they falsely see themselves as having no legitimate alternative to accepting their suffering. Case 4 is the nightmare which haunts the Frankfurt School. It is the specter of a society where social control is so total and effective that members can be prevented from even forming desires which cannot be easily satisfied, a society of happy slaves, genuinely content with their chains. This is a nightmare, not a realistic view of a state of society which is at present possible. Although the total control envisaged in case 4 is probably not possible, we may wish to criticize some societies both for frustrating some desires and for preventing others from even being formed. To the extent to which the initial state approximates case 3 or case 4, the first task of the critical theory will be to increase the agent's awareness of their own pain, frustration, or unhappiness, or to make them dissatisfied with their limitations of their present mode of existence. It should be no surprise, then, if proponents of a critical theory encounter resistance among those whom the theory is addressed, the more so, as in many cases the agents will not only be suffering from ideological delusion, but will also be under the influence of various kinds of social opiates, that is, they will be bound to the present society not only by belief of its legitimacy, but also by a series of false modes of gratification which would be jeopardized by emancipation. The analysis of the ideological form of consciousness of any actual society will then be a quite complicated matter, involving an account of conscious and unconscious frustration, accepted because of normative beliefs, claim about the kind of desires the agents in the society would develop, but have been prevented from developing, and descriptions of the operations of false modes of gratification. Use of opiates is an embellishment on the basic pattern of ideological delusion. Legitimation of repression and suffering through restriction of consciousness. Nevertheless, the principle of free assent still applies. A mode of gratification is an opiate only if the agents themselves would agree under appropriate conditions of full information and complete freedom that it is not in their interest to indulge in it. Part C of the critical theory is adapted from Lukács. In History and Class Consciousness, Lukács claims that the capitalist mode of production can be abolished only as the intended result of action by a proletariat with the correct class consciousness. The critical theory is supposed to supply that correct class consciousness. Lukács himself admits that earlier revolutionary transformations of society were brought about by agents who had no correct understanding of their own interest or class situation. The transformation of feudalism into capitalism took place as a result of action by members of the bourgeoisie who did not know what they were doing, who were acting out fantasies, and yet succeeded in creating a new society suited to the realization of their class interests. Why might something similar not be possible for the proletariat under capitalism? Of course, an enlightened form of consciousness may be supremely useful in orienting the action of the proletariat, and the proletariat may be extremely unlikely to succeed in abolishing the capitalist mode of production without a correct view of their own interests, but that is not at issue. The question is whether, and if so, in what sense, the adoption of the critical theory is strictly necessary for real emancipation. Even if it isn't strictly necessary that the agents accept and act on the critical theory, even if emancipation could have come about in some other way, it still may be a condition of acceptability of a critical theory that it be the kind of thing agents could adopt as their self-consciousness. That is, a critical theory must be expressed in a form comprehensible to the agents addressed, and which allows them to recognize it as a description of their own situation and use it as a guide for action. It isn't clear to me why the members of the Frankfurt School make such heavy weather of this hermeneutic requirement. Obviously, any theory which enjoys the free assent of the agents to whom it is addressed will a fortiori satisfy this hermeneutic requirement. A critical theory must be empirically confirmed in the normal way. It also asserts of itself that it can be definitively confirmed or disconfirmed only by freely accepting or rejected by agents in the ideal speech situation. We are not and are unlikely ever to be in the ideal speech situation, but still we may be able to tell in a rough way which concrete situations are closer and which less close to approximations of the ideal speech situation. The closer a given situation approximates the ideal speech situation, the greater weight the agent's expressed assent or dissent should have. Suppose, then, that the agent adopts the critical theory and act to put its recommended course of action into effect, following Part A, 2 of our critical theory. Then the proposed final state must eventuate. If it does not, or if the final state turns out to be inherently unstable, the critical theory is disconfirmed. If the proposed final state is reached and is stable, and the agents in this state must freely agree that they have been enlightened and emancipated, and that the critical theory gives a correct account of the processes of emancipation and enlightenment. That is, they must agree that their former state was one of bondage, frustration, and delusion, as described by the critical theory, and that their present state is one of increased freedom and satisfaction, and one in which they have a more correct view of their true interests. Finally, they must freely acknowledge that knowledge of the critical theory and the process of reflection it initiated was the mechanism of their emancipation. If the agents refuse any part of this complex free assent, if, for instance, having experienced the final state, they decide that they were better off back in the original state, the critical theory is disconfirmed. The emancipation at which you hear must be real emancipation. That is, it is not enough for the oppressed groups no longer voluntarily cooperate in their own frustration. There must be a change in the basic social institutions which does away with the experienced suffering and the restriction of human possibilities which motivated the agents to adopt the critical theory. Footnote. Habermas states several times, to be sure, that the practical results of self-reflection are attitude changes, and although changes in the agent's beliefs and attitudes may be sufficient in the psychoanalytic case, they cannot be the final goal of a critical social theory. If the coercive institutions of the society are intact, it is not enough for the oppressed agents to have gained an inner freedom from compulsion to believe their legitimacy. End footnote. The initial state of ideological delusion was one of differential oppression, that is, one in which some groups benefited more than, or even at the direct expense of, others. The critical theory is addressed to the members of the disadvantaged and oppressed group, but that means that the emancipation to which the critical theory is to lead will deprive dominant groups of some perceived advantages. Emancipatory transformation of society need not be violent. The privileged may freely acknowledge the correctness of the critical theory and voluntarily relinquish their privileges, but it would not be at all surprising if it usually was. Must the agents who belong to the advantaged group also freely assent to the critical theory and agree with the process it initiates as one of emancipation and enlightenment? There seems to be a slight ambiguity in the treatment of the requirement of free assent. Habermas's general view is that a theory is cognitively acceptable if it would enjoy the universal assent of all agents in the ideal speech situation. On the other hand, in the discussion of confirmation, it is easy to slip into speaking of a critical theory as acceptable if the agents to whom it is addressed freely assent to it, regardless of what other members of the society think. After all, they are the agents whose suffering the critical theory purports to alleviate and whose interest it claims to foster. Since the critical theory is not addressed to them, it isn't even entirely clear what form the assent of the dominant class to the critical theory might take. Must the dominant class agree that they too have been emancipated and enlightened, or is it sufficient for them to agree that the oppressed have been emancipated and enlightened? If the critical theory is correct, the members of the dominant class are suffering from a constricted form of consciousness. They live in a society in which the communication structure is distorted for everyone, but this restriction does not frustrate their desires, rather it operates to their benefit. It is the clear intention of the critical theory that if the agents in a particular society have been emancipated from ideological delusion and coercion, they must all, including the former dominant class, agree that they prefer their present emancipated state to the former initial state, and that they have to come to a more correct view of where their true interests lie. How is this possible? To say that the ideological delusion works to the benefit and advantage of the members of the dominant group means only that in the given social system as then constituted, it is better to be a member of the dominant than of the oppressed group, i.e. that this social order it is well to have as much normative power as possible. This in no way implies that the members of the dominant group themselves are not also massively frustrated, and it also implies nothing about which social system they would prefer if they had free choice. If the only choice is to be a helot or to be one of the hominoi, one can understand that agents join the hominoi, although, if it were possible, they may prefer to live in Athens, even as medics. So, if the process a critical theory initiates is truly one of emancipation and enlightenment, the members of the dominant class should at the end of the process recognize and agree that their privileges were opiates, modes of gratification which served to mask the much more serious and perverse forms of frustration from which they suffered. If the critical theory does become the self-consciousness of a successful process of emancipation and enlightenment, that means that it becomes the ideology in a positive sense of a group to which it is addressed. An ideology in the pejorative sense is not just false consciousness. It is reason, albeit in a distorted or irrational form. Agents whose form of consciousness is ideological aren't completely deluded about their wants, needs, and interests. If they were, they would be beyond the reach of the internal criticism, which is the main method of ideology-critique. Ideology-critique is possible only if we can extract the very instruments of criticism from the agent's own forms of consciousness, from their views about the good life, from the notions of freedom, truth, and rationality embedded in their normative epistemology. It is the particular insidiousness of ideology that it turns human desires and aspirations against themselves and uses them to fuel repression. These aspirations and desires do find a kind of expression in the ideology, and, to the extent they do, the ideology is said to have a utopian kernel, which it is the task of the critical theory to set free. In describing the genesis of an ideological form of consciousness, the critical theory shows how it was subjectively rational for the agents to acquire it, in what way it seemed to allow the development, expression, and satisfaction of their basic desires within the framework of their normative beliefs, but the critical theory must also show in what way the particular form of expression of these needs and desires found is self-destructive, how it prevented the development of some desires and frustrated the satisfaction of others. The positive task of the critical theory is to save the utopian content of the cultural tradition, i.e. to separate the underlying genuine human wants, values, needs, and aspirations from their ideological mode of expression. Only then can agents hope to attain correct perception of their wants and needs and form correct views about their real interests. Section 3. Epistemology. Having seen what a critical theory is and how it is confirmed, two questions remain. A. Is a critical theory a kind of knowledge, cognition, or Wissenschaft? B. Is a critical theory different from scientific theories in its basic epistemic structure? For Habermas, a Wissenschaft is a body of systematically interconnected propositions which gives reliable guidance for successful action and which satisfies certain conditions of publicity and intersubjectivity. That is, a proposed Wissenschaft must be connected with a realm of potential action, and we must have relatively clear public criteria for a success in acting in this realm. The bridge either holds up when the truck drives over it, or it collapses. Someone who strikes some keys on the piano has either succeeded in producing a major triad in root position or has not. The bomb either explodes when it hits the hospital or it does not. We have relatively clear, agreed-on criteria for when agents have produced a stable bridge, a major triad in root position, or a bombed hospital. Furthermore, if a body of propositions is to constitute a Wissenschaft, it must not be just a black box which appears on the scene from nowhere and inexplicably turns out to be a reliable guide for a successful action. Wissenschaft is not revelation. A Wissenschaft must have an argumentative structure which allows those who have mastered it to give some account on how and why it works, of the relation of the parts to each other, to show the evidence for particular assertions and defend them from criticism, etc., and this must take place relative to some intersubjectively recognized standards of argumentative cogency and evidence. Traditionally, empiricism mistook this requirement of publicity and connected it not with the possibility of universal free intersubjective agreement, but with observation, and so ultimately with a kind of direct sensory simulation. This mistake is easy to make. Observation statements are probably the most striking case of statements on which there will be widespread intersubjective agreement, but the reason they play such a central role in our empirical knowledge is not that they stand closest to sensation, but that consensus about them is most widespread and unproblematic. Critical theories are connected with the realm of emancipatory action. Are there clear public criteria for success and failure of emancipation? If to have public criteria for success and failure just means that all agents can agree on whether or not they have been emancipated, then there would seem to be nothing in principle to prevent a critical theory from satisfying the condition of publicity. Emancipation can miscarry. The agents can steadfastly refuse to accept the views about freedom embodied in the critical theory, or they may recognize that they acquired certain beliefs or traits under conditions of coercion, but maintain that they would have acquired them anyway, even if they had been in circumstances of complete freedom. Finally, when they have experienced the state of freedom the critical theory proposes, they may discover that it imposes unexpected and intolerable burdens on them and must be abandoned. Whether the process of emancipation is a failure or a success is something on which agents might be able to agree. Still, one might think that this misses the point of the requirement of publicity. Even if it isn't directly tied to sensation, it can't just mean that the agents would reach consensus. The criteria are public must mean that they have some kind of independence of the particular theory being evaluated, that they can be formulated in a way which makes them neutral between competing views. We know what it would look like for the bridge to remain standing no matter what, if any, views we might have about how to go about constructing it. The criteria for success of emancipation doesn't usually have this kind of neutrality or independence. To the extent to which the critical theory is directed toward the alleviation of experienced suffering, the experience will give us a clear negative criteria of success of emancipation, but in most cases, as we have seen, the critical theory is directed at a restriction of consciousness which causes frustration, of which the agents are not fully aware. In this case, the very standards of success of emancipation emerge only in the course of adopting and acting on the critical theory. Footnote. There is one rather striking passage in Knowledge and Interest which seems to be incompatible with the view I am presenting here. At Knowledge and Interest 325, in speaking of psychoanalytic interpretations, Habermas says that in the case of such interpretations, success and failure are here not intersubjectively verifiable. A parallel passage On the Logic of Social Sciences 302 states that in psychoanalytic cases, the criteria of success cannot be operationalized. Achievements and meifer consequences are not intersubjectively ascertainable, such as the elimination of symptoms. So I take it that in that denying that interpretations are intersubjectively verifiable, Habermas is merely asserting that we can't give operational public criteria of success. The whole point is that there can be other kinds of public criteria of success of action. End footnote. The neutrality of public standards ought also to be culturally neutral or independent of particular social context. Determination of whether action has or has not been successful ought to depend as little as possible on the acquisition and development of the specific habits, attitudes, and skills of a particular culture. It should require only a very restricted kind of experience immediately available to all human agents, regardless of the particular cultural content of the form of consciousness. To determine whether or not emancipatory action has been successful will require just the subtle, sympathetic assimilation of complicated, inexplicit cultural patterns and attitudes that appeal to restricted scientific experience was to exclude. The central and characteristic statements of a critical theory do seem more helplessly embedded in a particular historical and cultural context than scientific theories are. In the case of simple judgments of direct observation, real assent seems to coincide with expressed assent in a wide and varied range of circumstances. Even in a very repressive societies, it seems possible to get a real assent to simple empirical propositions. We know that this assent is given in extremely coercive social circumstances. The agents may know it too, but that doesn't matter. This contrasts strongly with the situation for critical theorists. Assent to or dissent from them is extremely sensitive to any kind of coercion in the social environment, and that expressed assent or dissent is real assent or dissent is not lightly to be taken for granted. Circumstances in which the agents will be capable of real assent or dissent must be carefully and delicately constructed. Even if these differences between scientific and critical theories are granted, they seem to be a rather difference of a degree than categorical differences between knowledge and something else. If knowledge is basically whatever gives successful orientation and action, on which there can be free intersubjective agreement, if the existence of pre-given neutral standards of success is a side issue, important only insofar as these standards might contribute to the freedom of intersubjective agreement, then a critical theory would seem to be a form of knowledge. The requirement of reflective acceptability is a cognitive requirement if the agents can freely agree on the parts of their form of consciousness are reflectively unacceptable, and if the agreement can be used as a guide to action which they can all agree is successful, e.g. if they can agree that giving up the reflectively unacceptable part of their form of consciousness eventually results in a reduced level of frustration. Critical and scientific theories are alike in a trivial and uninteresting sense in that both are forms of empirical knowledge. Both are based on and can be confirmed only by experience. However, the experience on which a critical theory is based includes not only observation but also an experience of reflection. Whatever differences in epistemic status or cognitive structure exist between scientific and critical theories are to be attributed to the role reflection plays in the confirmation of critical theories. Critical theories purport to show that such parts of a form of consciousness as attitudes or normative beliefs are false, and so the real problem would seem that of showing a critical theory can be a kind of knowledge or cognition at all. If a critical theory is a kind of knowledge, and if we reject naturalism, it seems obvious that it won't be a kind of scientific knowledge. How would one go about examining instances of normative beliefs? How would one apply the hypothetical deductive method? Ideological beliefs and attitudes aren't refuted by pointing out observed negative instances, but by inducing reflection, i.e., making the agents who hold these beliefs and attitudes aware of how they could have acquired them. The crux of the purported difference between critical and scientific theories, then, is the claim that knowledge of how agents could have acquired certain beliefs, e.g., normative beliefs, is not a kind of knowledge based on observation. What is it about observation which makes it an adequate or inappropriate mode of access through agents' acquisition of beliefs? The members of the Frankfurt School assume that we can speak of observation only when the object or state of affairs observed is independent of the act in observing, i.e., when the object or state of affairs observed is not essentially changed and is certainly not created or brought into being by the act of observing. This is what makes observation an appropriate foundation for objectifying science. How, then, do agents acquire normative beliefs and attitudes? Through various more or less complicated processes of socialization, through conversations with other agents about their experiences, and through the internalization of such conversations, which is individual thought. So to know how agents could have acquired beliefs, one would have to be able to know the outcomes of possible conversations or discussions conducted under various conditions. This means that one knows how various external factors in the agent's situation will affect the outcome, but also means that one knows something about their epistemic principles and their perception of their own situation, about what they take to be plausible motives for action, cogent arguments, good reason for belief, relevant considerations, etc. One can't, of course, observe the agent's normative epistemology or their beliefs about what are plausible motives for action. At best one can observe their behavior, including their verbal behavior. It seems unlikely, however, that observation of behavior alone, even including observation of verbal behavior, could provide grounds for exact knowledge of what sorts of arguments the agents will find cogent or persuasive. The dismal failure of behaviorism to giving a convincing account of such phenomena is not encouraging. If one wishes to find out how the agents view the world and what they are likely to find convincing in discussion, one must enter into their mode of life by interacting with them, discussing the weather with them, playing with their children, planning joint enterprises with them, consuming the local narcotic drug with them, etc. This kind of long-term interaction is not, it is claimed, just a course of observation and experiment, and the reason for this is the particularly intimate, active involvement of the observer in what is observed. At any point in the course of this interaction, I, the participant observer, may attribute to the other agents a normative epistemology, a way of perceiving their own situation, and a set of beliefs about what are good reasons, cogent arguments, comprehensible motives, etc. My grounds for this attribution will be that acting on its results in smooth, fluent, and undisturbed interaction. But, as we know, with sufficient ingenuity I could come up with another set of beliefs about reasons, motives, perceptions, etc., incompatible with the first and yet compatible with all the observational evidence. Attribution of beliefs of this sort is observationally underdetermined. I attribute to the others that set of views, A, which is compatible with the observational evidence about their behavior, and B, which makes them most comprehensible to me, i.e., which makes them least bizarre and most normal by my standards of what is reasonable, comprehensible views about motives, arguments, reasons, and evidence. If I change my views on these matters, if, for instance, I decide that motives I once thought bizarre and perverse are in fact natural and reasonable, I may immediately change the beliefs about human motives I attribute to the others, although their behavior has not discernibly changed at all. I need not, of course, think that they share all of my particular views, but the views I am willing to act on impose some limits on what I find plausible to attribute to them. If I change my views about what are good reasons for acting, what is a possible way of looking at the world, what are comprehensible human motives, etc., this may be a direct result of encounter with other agents with whom I am trying to interact and whose behavior I must therefore interpret. The experience of agents avowingly and apparently acting on what seem to me antecedently so bizarre and incomprehensible motives may eventually change my views about human motivation. This yields yet another sense of reflection. The motives, epistemic principles, etc. I attribute to others reflect my own, in that I have no alternative but to impose my views on them in interpreting their action. But my motives, views about motives, epistemic principles, etc., reflect the others in that they are the result of successive attempts to interpret the other's behavior so as to be able to interact successfully with them. If I take the others to be human agents, I assume they are engaged in a similar reflective process of A, trying to make sense of my action by attributing to me views about reasons and motives which are compatible with my behavior and which they find comprehensible, and B, reevaluating their own views in light of their experience with me. This reflective process of interpretation is an integral part of human interaction. It is the only possible context for the confirmation of a critical theory. The epistemic principles the agents use won't be, in general, be something they have clearly formulated, and many of their normative beliefs, views about freedom and coercion, etc., will be merely tacit. Their epistemic principles aren't just out there to be observed and described. In formulating them, the critical theory is in part constructing them. Formulating them may impose on them a determinateness they did not before possess, and may cause the agents to change other parts. When I describe their epistemic principles of the addressed agents from which the critical argument begins, this description itself is proleptic. The epistemic principles are theirs in the sense that they can be brought to recognize these principles as a good rational reconstruction of conceptions underlying their behavior. But, of course, the basic assumption of the critical theory is that simply bringing certain attitudes, beliefs, behavioral patterns, etc., to full consciousness changes them. This assumption seems quite reasonable in many cases. It is also true that proponents of the critical theory think that through the complex process of coming to adopt the critical theory, certain beliefs, attitudes, etc. are not just changed, but refuted, shown to be false. With what we are back to the question of cognitive standing of the critical theory and of the attitudes and beliefs it treats. All of the members of the Frankfurt School are agreed in that the critical theory must be knowledge and must show ideological beliefs and attitudes to be false. Otherwise, the critical theory couldn't have its proper emancipatory effect, which depends on its ability to make those who adopt it able to withstand the pressure of the legitimatory apparatus of society. Critical theories must be true because the legitimizing ideologies of the society claim to be true. The positivists would have said that neither legitimizing world pictures nor critical theories can be true or false. Perhaps they were wrong only to draw from this the conclusion that world pictures and critical theories are therefore meaningless, and that there is no right way rationally to decide between them, that any choice is a mere preference. Why accept the alternative, science or mere brute preference? Agents can act in ways that are more or less enlightened. The freedom of communication and discussion they enjoy and their freedom to form and acquire beliefs and preferences is a matter of degree. Agents can be more or less reflective. To what extent a critical theory is enlightening and emancipatory may then equally be a matter of degree. If rational argumentation can lead to the conclusion that a critical theory represents the most advanced position of consciousness available to us in our given historical situation, why the obsession with whether or not we may call it true? This is not a form of relativism the members of the Frankfurt School rightly reject. It is closer to Adorno's historicism than to Habermas's recent views about the ideal speech situation. That seems to me to be an advantage. The critical theory is better off without the transcendental baggage. If the critical theory is not a true scientific theory, not a part of empirical social science so strictly called, we might think of it as part of the wider enterprise of social theory or social philosophy. Not all empirical social inquiry must have the structure of critical theory, but the construction of an empirically informed critical theory of society might be a legitimate and rational human aspiration.